Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Infrastructure and Transport Committee of 21 September 2023. I welcome you all, committee members, members of the public, our viewers online, and of course our staff who support this committee. And my mum, yeah, she always watches. E mihi ana kia tātou, kua hui hui mai nei e tēnei ata, ki te tautoku I te kaupapa nei o te tātou nei hui. We'll now do the karakia e tu tātou. Please stand, and it will be up on the board. Tuia e ronga, tuia e raro, tuia e roto, tuia e waho, tuia mai kamihi o te konihira o te kirikiriroa, waia te kia u, kia mau, kia isa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. E noho. Tēnā koe Norm, e mihi ana ki a koe. Nau mai hoki mai ki te whare. Kia ora. I welcomed Mangai Norm Hill back to our whare, and it's wonderful to have you here. All right, let's get on with the meeting. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention. It is World Car Free Day today, and tomorrow, sorry, but there is a World Car Free Day event today in Garden Place, is it? In Worley Place and Civic Square from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and I see many members of the public here for that event. And also I just want to send our support and aroha to Fire and Emergency New Zealand. They have a tough job still to do down in Canterbury, so we wish them all well and hope that the servicemen and women remain safe. Right, we have lots and lots of people in the public forum today wanting to speak, so I'm going to have to reduce that to 2 minutes. So there will be no time for questions because we've got such a meaty agenda here from elected members. Now I just remind committee, we can't ask questions anyway, there won't be time, but I do remind members of the forum that we are all passionate about things, whichever side of the coin we're on, but we all must remain respectful and share our point of view. So I just remind all of us in the room of that. So I'm going to start at the top of the list, which is, I've just popped someone in there that's well known to us because he has to go, and that's Liam Carter. And members of the public, you need to come up to the front of the room, and 2 minutes, you need to stop. When do we ring the bell? 30 seconds out? Then you need to wind up because we just don't have a lot of time today. Morning, Liam. Hey, Liam. How are you? And if you could state which item on the agenda you're speaking to as well, because understanding orders, that is a requirement. So the surf projects, yes? Oh, I didn't do the agenda. Sorry, hang on, Leon. Sorry, my bad. I just need to do a couple of other things, like apologies and stuff.
No worries. You did it.
Can I do that? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. Do I have any apologies? I'm not aware of any. There are none. Oh, Councillor Van Alston?
An apology from me for early departure.
Okay.
Council
Yes.
business.
Yes, okay, thank you. So that will noted. And Councillor Pike?
I may have an early departure if we go till 4
Don't
o'clock.
say it. Do not jinx this meeting. Okay. Okay, thank
But
you.
we're going to be done by then, so it's
Yes, yeah, we will. Yeah, we have civic awards tonight, so something to look forward to.
So for me, 3 p.m.
Is there a league game on?
No, that'll be an early departure for that joker over there.
Okay. All right, so with that, I'll move that the apologies be received, seconded by Councillor Van Alston. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I will move. You've got your run sheets in front of you. I will move that the agenda be received. Seconded by Councillor Hutt. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. And any declarations of interest? Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
I am a part owner in a business in the vicinity of Horsham Downs project.
Okay, great. We'll just note that. Thank you. All right, Liam. Thank you for indulging me. You can go now.
Morning, councillors, and morning, Paula and everyone. My name is Ben and you probably know I am speaking on Radio Take, and this is Christopher, my supporter, sorry, Chris, my support worker and my helper as part of Invisible Injuries Institute. I just want to say a quick thank you to the council. It's been one heck of a year with all of the surf projects and funding and different projects across Hamilton. You are doing amazing. Obviously, with all the speed changes across Horsham Downs and St Andrews and in the CBD, the River Path updates, what else? The Brooklyn Road, everything. I can name everything you're doing, and it's just incredible. It changes lives. It makes my job easier so people can get on tracks and ride without having to worry about the injury. I had an injury the other week, and it was my fault, but it could have been a lot worse if the infrastructure, I could have been hit by a car by now, but basically if Hamilton hadn't had the infrastructure that is in now, so basically I think that all the surf projects need to be improved, because without them we could have a lot more injuries, we could have a lot more deaths on our roads. We haven't had a cycling death since, when was it? Was it last year? June last year? That's over a year. Well done, Hamilton Council. Thank you.
Fast, isn't it? Very good.
Very
As
fast.
always, Liam, you make your points really clear to the committee. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Kelly Pike, I haven't seen her. Oh, she is there. Morena, Kelly. You know.
Speaking in support of surf projects.
Surf projects, thank you, Kelly. You know the drill.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kelly Pike tōku ingoa. I'm speaking to support approval of the surfs projects today, which will help give Hamiltonians more transport options and make our roading network safer. I'm going to share a few examples of how our current system is failing everyone, and will hopefully help you to understand where I'm coming from when I sit here for the last 6 or 7 years. 5 p.m, 2008 Anglesea Street. I'm waiting for a bus to get to Deanwell. I hear a crunch and a gut-wrenching series of screams with a cyclist trapped underneath a car. People drive too fast and there are not enough separated cycleways. 7:10, March 6, 2014. I'm getting ready for work and glance out of our front window to see a person bouncing off the bonnet of a car. I run out, call emergency services, and I'm trying to provide comfort to somebody who is unconscious and dying on the road. A moment of distraction can have fatal consequences. Our roads aren't safe. 9 a.m, 18th of March 2022. I'm cycling to Frankton along Massey Street, and while I try to make eye contact with the person pulling out of Makomako Street, she drives right into me. She didn't see me, but she's human, and we've all had a moment of inattention behind the wheel. 8:35 a.m. last week, Whatawhata Road, approaching the roundabout. A man in a black SUV, always is, beeping furiously because he can't fit into the cycle lane beside me, which is used as a second lane in the morning. Driving cars in our city is stressful and not how I want to get to work every day, but at the moment I am. I'm driving my daughter from Dinsdale to Mairoa Intermediate and on to work in Frankton. We don't have a choice. There's no bus service and I love her too much to let her on the road. I'm asking you to give people who want to walk, cycle or take a bus the option. The status quo doesn't serve anyone, not pedestrians, not cyclists, not people who don't drive, and certainly not even the people who do. Finally, when making your decisions, think about the same as we do with equity. Giving a voice or bus lane, in-lane bus stop transport options isn't taking anything from anyone. It's simply giving a voice or another option to somebody who doesn't have any. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Kelly, thank you for sharing those personal experiences. Our next speaker up is Melissa Smith, who does have her high vest on.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for having me. As always, I'll be speaking to item 7 and to item 6 as well. So, with regards to the SURF projects, I'm sure I don't need to labor the point by now. All of these projects are absolutely brilliant and must be approved. There's a really spectacular suite of projects in front of you today, by my count, including close to 6 kilometers of protected cycleways, 2 kilometers of new shared paths and greenways, and close to 1.5 kilometers of new footpaths. And I also note that excluding the projects that staff have recommended to be removed, the majority of the community are behind these projects to happen. There is a palpable feeling of excitement among the cycling community, and though we may disagree on the specifics of where particular things should be placed or how these things should happen, we're all in agreement on the most important point, which is that these need to happen. At the beginning of this term, Chair O'Leary said that this term is about getting on with it, and I think that that's what these projects represent. I also want to briefly touch on item 6, the notice of revocation. Sorry, it's a bit of a mouthful for me. This was really disappointing to see. Not only is it completely nonsensical and a waste of time to ask staff to build your way out of congestion when the only way to do that is to reduce the number of people who are driving, it's also really disrespectful to the groups and the people who engaged with you when you asked the first time to say that that was not sufficient. Communities like Bike Waikato are volunteer run, and we engage with you when you ask us to because we care about our communities. And I think it's really disrespectful to say that that was not enough for you. Thank you. These projects are really brilliant, and we're really excited to see them happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thanks, Public Forum speakers. I know 2 minutes is not a long time, so really appreciate you giving us your salient points so clearly. Right, our next speaker is on Zoom, Stephen Hay. And Stephen, if you can, is he there? Yeah. If you can hear me and state which item you're presenting today on as well, please.
Kia ora, can you hear me all right?
We can, Stephen, thank you.
Appreciate that. My name's Stephen, I live in Dinsdale. I'm speaking in support of all the SURF projects. So this is my family. We ride our bikes everywhere because of climate concerns, cost savings, the lack of parking, stress, and it keeps us active and healthy, which we really like. So I live in Dinsdale, and it's very difficult to get into town on our bikes because there's only 2 main routes, and one is Massey Street. You've got to merge with traffic on the overbridge, Frankton Overbridge, which is terrifying, and Killarney Road is the other one. Excuse me. Killarney Road is really tricky because of the parking on both sides. So you're weaving in and out of parked cars, which is dangerous and stressful. Always checking over your shoulder and hoping that impatient drivers aren't going to try and squeeze past you when there's not enough space. So I've got dozens of people who've completed an online petition asking for separated bike lanes all the way down Killarney Road. I've supplied staff with that list, although it was at 11:30 p.m. last night. Hopefully it's been forwarded to you. If not, apologies. I'm on my for that. But we really just need safe and separated bike lanes all the way down that crucial link, because it's a missing link for everyone in Dinsdale to get into that amazing Western Rail Trail bike path. So we just need to sign it off, please, councillors. Let's get on with it. Rival Range is another big one. I used to ride my daughter to daycare along there every day. It's just too dangerous. So now we go the really, really long way around, which is a pain in the butt. During school drop-off time, it just gets crazy and drivers are so distracted and busy, and I've had too many close calls. So again, protected bike lanes is so important there, and there's community support behind it, which hopefully is clear from the feedback. And I'm hopeful that when my daughter is old enough, she'll be able to ride her bike to school on her own or even around town on our growing network. And that word is really important, a network of safe bike lanes. So councillors, please approve these projects. Everyone deserves to get home safely, regardless of how they choose to get around. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Very, very clear, and we will make sure that the petition is, it has to go through a process, obviously, but we will, in the first instance, circulate that to committee members so they have it today. Thank you very much. Kia ora. Right, our next speaker is Jeff Robson. Jeff, good morning. Welcome.
Morning everybody, thanks for having me. I am Jeff from Hamilton Panelworks, and I'm here in regards to the Killarney Road upgrade, also Cycleway. I'm speaking on behalf of the majority, the overwhelming majority of Killarney Road and surrounding streets and businesses. Killarney Road is an extremely business commercial street. Killarney Road is busier than Massey Street, which is classed as a primary collector or high volume. Killarney Road is classed as an arterial, which is low volume, and yet Killarney Road is the street that has the proposal for the cycleway. Killarney Road is very wide. It is a wide street. This is how commercial and industrial areas should be designed. We need off-street parking for customers and staff parking, but more importantly, we need room to get courier vans, delivery trucks, tow trucks into our businesses. To do this safely, trucks need to have the room between the gaps in traffic to back in. If we do tighten the street, this becomes a real safety issue for them and my staff. What is being proposed is a cycleway that is not designed for true cyclists. True cyclists are comfortable in the traffic. They are moving quickly. They do not want to be near the side of the road. The side of the road is where the debris is, which will cause punctures. So this is designed for inexperienced bikers, e-bikers and e-scooters. So we now have inexperienced bikers coming along one of the busiest streets in Hamilton. That means 2 streets and 14 driveways. Our driveway alone has 150 to 180 vehicle movements per day, effectively 16 busy intersections for them to negotiate. We have to reverse in or out of our driveways mostly. The delivery trucks backing in. We are really concerned that we will have somebody under a truck that is driving along here. I agree that cycleways do need to happen. They need to be completely separate from these areas. I do not want my staff to have this on their hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jeff, it's very clear, your submission to us today. Thank you. All right, next up is Danny Marks. Kia ora, Danny.
Kia ora, sorry, can you hear me through the mask?
Yes, absolutely can.
E te tuatahi nei te mihi kia koutou nā māngai o Tainui Waka, Norm, Moko, and Malena nei te mihi. First and foremost, I just want to say that I support the surf projects. Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I'm talking about. As a queer, disabled, Indigenous person, every day I have to weigh up my safety because I don't get the choice. This is my everyday experience of stress and alienation in Kirikiriroa. As a car driver, I'm really tired of having to rely on my car to get around the city. I don't want to drive 10 minutes just to get into town and then spend an extra 20 minutes circling Centre Place for a car park. I don't want to then have to pay $2.91 at the moment a litre to fill up my car, and on Monday it costed me $120 just to fill my car up from a quarter of a tank. I don't want to use my car, but I don't really have any other option. When I have work appointments and any other normal activity, I can't trust that the bus will be on time, so I have to factor in what other routes are possible. I can't walk far consistently due to my disabilities. I won't cycle because the last time I did use the Caudlands Bridge, someone tried to mow me down in a ute while a person on the other side of the road tried to spit at me. Let us choose our mode of transport. Let us have safe, accessible, reliable modes of transport. You've already recognised and accepted this upgrade through the SURF projects. Please continue to work in a manner that allows us to assert our rangatiratanga. Kia ora.
Stanley. All right, next speaker up is Rebecca Graham from Parents of Vision Impaired New Zealand. When you're ready, Rebecca, thank you.
Kia ora koutou, Rebecca Graham here on behalf of Parents of Vision Impaired New Zealand, and I gave out a handout which should have been circulated to all the councillors from our organisation, and this had the photographs of some of our children who live in Hamilton, in particular Hamilton West, and the reason I did that is that while our children have a right, as confirmed by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, to have a say in matters that concern them, such as the Climate Emergency Response Fund Transport Choices Package, which is what I'm speaking to, they are unable to be here today because they are in school. And so just a note really that yay for public forums, but many of our members are excluded from forums like this because they're in school and because the parents are working or engaging in care activities. The other reason I included the three you've got there is they represent the range of our children. Our children are fully blind, they're deaf-blind, they have a visual impairment, or they have low vision, and they may or may not be in a wheelchair. As it currently stands, our children cannot independently move about the city safely. There is a strong need for signalised crossings, for raised crossings, for separated cycle lanes and pedestrian spaces, and safe and non-hazardous footpaths so that our children can move safely and independently about the city. The footpaths as they currently exist in Dinsdale are terrible and unsafe for our vision impaired children, and there is no way for our children to safely get to school and back unless their parents drive them. Lastly, as someone who lives in Dinsdale, who is a consumer or a customer of the businesses on Killarney Road, I would like to emphasise that as a customer, it is important to me that all our businesses care about our disabled children and ensure that they have safe footpath crossings and safe cycleways. Because some of our vision impaired children have some sight, they can use cycleways, but not safely with cars. Kia ora.
Well done, Rebecca. Thank you very much. And we haven't got, the slides aren't attached. Committee members, you'll see from page 287, many of the, oh, my machine's not going now. Many of the written submissions in support of speakers today. Rebecca, we're just going to find your presentation and get that sent out as well. Thank you. All right, next up is Phil Evans. Morning, Phil.
Morning, Chair Angela. Good morning, everybody. Firstly, I want to say that I fully support all the SURF-funded projects, as each piece of the cycleway jigsaw goes in and it makes the network stronger and safer, connected and better protected. Many people will see that it can be a better option than their vehicles for some or all trips. And notice I said option, so please don't make up some conspiracy about cancelling cars, as they will always be the preferred option for most people. About 75% of Hamiltonians have said that they would ride their bikes if the network was safer. That's what these projects do. I don't have access to my car anymore, so my bike and buses are my transport. They are currently the only transport options for thousands of people around the city. It doesn't matter if you don't like them, they are vital to many people. Everyone has the right to move around this city on bikes, buses and cars, and none of those are more important than the others. All are legal, and your job is to ensure all modes are safe and reliable. The motion to revoke this project has to be one of the most selfish political point-scoring nonsense I have ever seen in this chamber.
Sorry, just to interrupt. First of all, you'll say, excuse me, chair, point of order. Don't yell out my name. I know you didn't mean to do it like that, but I was going to address that. Yeah, if we can refrain from criticising elected members, understanding what
I
was
was actually criticising the motion, not the elected members.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
If we can be a bit more respectful would be great, thank you.
Okay. Political point-scoring nonsense I've ever seen in this chamber, and if it passes, I will make this promise to all of you. I will no longer use painted-only bike lanes or road shoulders as they aren't safe. I will take the lane at all times unless there is a shared path or properly protected bike lanes, regardless of where I'm going. And I don't care how many drivers I hold up along the way. And thankfully, I have the law that backs me to do this. You have already been provided with the evidence that supports the Horsham Downs project. I'll be sitting in this chamber while this issue is discussed, and I will be waiting to hear the real fact-based evidence that you claim backs up your stance. I don't believe you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for taking the time again to speak to us. Right, next up is Doug Langley. Morning, Doug.
I did say, Chair, sorry, excuse me, Chair.
Sorry, what's your point of order?
Oh, there's just some muttering under breath as Phil walked back to his table.
What, sorry?
There was some sledging going on as Phil walked back to his chair.
Yeah.
Can you just ask the public to
Yeah,
be
look,
respectful?
yeah,
Yeah.
I will remind again that we need to be respectful. We are passionate about this, all of these things today, so thank you. Sorry about that. Doug, we're in your hands.
That's all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm speaking about the River Road upgrade specifically, and when I got the information delivered in my letterbox, I looked at it and thought, how much is this going to cost? I now believe it's $1.2 million. Then I thought the whole emphasis of it is the use of it, pedestrians, the environmental impact of it. And so I started counting people walking down River Road, average 15 to 20 per day. Then I thought, where are people going to come from to walk down that stretch of road? River Road is basically from Glenlyn down, one row of houses either side. It's not going to link people together. There's nowhere for them to go. It is not a commuter pathway. It is too far to walk. I believe it's a footpath as well, not a bike track, so you can only walk. There's nowhere to go. Yes, leisure walkers will go down there, and they do now, but you can walk down the eastern side and pass under River Road and underpasses safely. We do not need to have a footpath on the other side of the road that is not going to be used at 1.2 million. Then I started thinking about the environmental things. CO2 emissions comes up in this, and I did some calculations. The cost of putting that in CO2 emissions is about 1,000 kgs per 2 metres, using asphalt, which I believe is the preferred material, cheaper than concrete. Now, if you start to work out how much asphalt goes down in that, and how much it costs, and how much the emissions are, I calculated, multiplying the people walking 5 or 6 times what it is now, it would take 100 years to pay off the CO2 emissions. Not good. Not worth it. There's no benefit when the footpath is already there. Is that the end?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Doug. 2 minutes goes quite quickly, doesn't it?
It does. Okay, thank you.
It seems a lot longer when you're standing in line for a burger though, doesn't it? All right, Miranda McLean, you're up next. Morning, Miranda.
Hi, I'm Miranda McLean. I'm also discussing about the River Road proposed footpath. Is this footpath actually required, or is it a nice to have? We already have more than adequate footpath on the other side of the road, which I personally use regularly walking our dog, and know that even through the peak of lockdown, this was never overloaded. On the front of the Waikato Times recently, there was an article about the immense strain on council finances, and it was stated that council would need to make some difficult decisions and trade-offs about what was absolute musts and to not spend beyond our means. Whilst the funds for this path has been given from Waka Kotahi from our taxes, we as ratepayers will bear the burden of the ongoing maintenance of this footpath in the future. For a climate initiative, this project is also removing a number of large established trees. We personally have a grave concern about the impact of the proposed footpath on the root system of a very large cottonwood poplar on our boundary and the ongoing stability of the tree. This poses a big health and safety risk to our family with our house under the tree and the public when using this road. We've witnessed 2 large trees fall on River Road within the last 8 years, and it's been only by luck that no one has been badly injured or killed. Resource consent conditions for a recent project we had around this tree was very detailed about works within the tree drip line. The proposed footpath runs within a couple of metres of the tree trunk and with a large section of the path within the drip line. The impact of the proposed work will see the berm being cut down, a retaining wall being installed, a non-permeable surface, footpath, all being installed within the tree's drip line and affecting the health of the tree. I believe this project specifically should not proceed, and council should focus on more necessary projects or alternatively return the funds back to Waka Kotahi, since it was also given before the flooding happened in summer. Thank you.
Deborah Resnick from Community Living. No? Pardon? Ellen. Okay, wonderful, thank you. Come up.
So I'm Ellen and I'm speaking to item 7 about the Brooklyn Road upgrade.
Thank you.
So I'm here today as a member of the disability community representing my friends and myself about the Brooklyn Road hub on Brooklyn Road. There's 56 of us that use the space regularly. We strongly support putting in raised platforms, pedestrian crossings on Brooklyn Road and around Collins Park. At the moment, we can't move around our city, this area safely and on foot by wheelchair users. The road is dangerous and the footpaths are cracked, and we don't have enough good crossings. Raised pedestrian crossings are the best for us because they force drivers to slow down. Crossing at traffic islands and heavy traffic is too risky for many people. To reach our day centre on Brooklyn Road, I must cross two fast and busy roads during peak hour morning traffic, Heavy Terrace and Boundary Road. These crossings are dangerous, meaning that I often take the bus for just 2 stops to avoid crossing Boundary Road. Here are 3 key accessibility challenges. 1. Limited neighbourhood access to the park. Right now there's only one safe pedestrian crossing at the bottom of Brooklyn Road. The proposal should include access to Fairfield. I know many people in the community would use it. 2. Inaccessible curbs. Wheelchair users get stuck on steep curbs when crossing streets on Brooklyn Road. 3. Broken and uneven footpaths. Brooklyn Road footpaths are tripping hazards with slopes and uneven surfaces. In conclusion, I ask you all to support the installation of raised pedestrian crossings on Brooklyn Road. Please also fix broken footpaths and make curbs more friendly for wheelchair users. This will make everyone safer and make it easier for me and my friends to move around our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really good. Well done. Right, our next speaker up is Donna Barraclough. Donna? Morning. She's not on Zoom.
Hi, my name's Donna. Disclaimer, I'm actually a cyclist. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I placed an OAI recently and received an answer to one of your questions. Sorry, I'm talking about the CRF funding in regard to the cycle lanes. Has there been an increase in traffic accidents due to the traffic calming measures or added bike lane design in Hamilton? The answer was no. We had not seen any increase in accidents due to traffic calming measures or added bike lane design in Hamilton, with a link to a website which I couldn't open. I'd like to debate this, please. ACC statistics for 2023 would beg to differ that there's that statement. This year there was 4 cycle fatalities. Injuries to cyclists were 1174. Cycling injuries related to barriers or road design while cycling were 308. Claims related to road barriers while driving a car were 8, and bus injuries were 28. The ACC website states there's an increase of 30% of cycle injuries and claims since 2016, with a staggering 101% increase in ages over 65, and the e-bike rates are rising fastest in the 55 and over range. Not sure how the no was calculated when yearly it's increasing. Hamilton City has adopted a zero campaign aligning with the Wakakato Road to Zero push to get us out cycling, walking and in public transport. Cars are demonised. The Access document states that 2% cycle to work and 5% to educational facilities, a small number considering the number being spent on 29 cycle and micro-mobility products in the city, that being the surf of 37.12 million. Will this figure of claims exponentially rise? I think so. Maybe the road to zero has 0 cars and not 0 injuries. A study conducted in London found that painted advisory cycle lanes increased the risk of cyclist injuries, and another study estimated that accidents on bike lanes are 2.6 times higher than in roadways. I have a bike, there's no way I'd use them. I prefer not to be a statistic, and I'm in the over 55 bracket, so my risk is high. I won't go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donna. Right, next speaker, John Holland.
Good morning.
Good morning, John. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll be talking on the Hokonui upgrade. Yeah.
Great, thank you, John.
I'm John Holland. I refer to the Hokonui Road changes and safety concerns under the Health and Safety Act 2015. I wish to make you aware of potential life-threatening risks with this plan, with in-lane bus stops, cycle lanes and traffic calming measures. Emergency services, ambulance and fire and police will not be able to pass due to traffic jams, and if someone is having a medical event, accident or fire, this could easily result in loss of life. I have canvassed numerous people in the surrounding streets and suburbs. They were deeply concerned about the dangers of the road changes and prefer a safer option. I showed them as an example with level crossings due to shockwaves damaging houses from the speed bumps. I have collected over 400 names and addresses which I have supplied to you via email. Only 1 out of 100 didn't want to oppose this. Elderly spoke of whiplash from speed bumps, and vision impaired have lodged multiple ACC claims regarding the yellow dots and markers. I'm a keen cyclist and have clocked up 4,000 Ks in the last 12 months on my manual e-bike, and feel shared cycleways and pedestrian paths much safer, especially for children, as commented by a lot of parents I spoke to, that will not let their children bike on the road. Car versus bike, bike rider either dies or gets serious injury, as opposed to pedestrian versus bike a slight injury in comparison. I am also a keen runner and enjoy walking too. I have been injured and lost a tooth due to the yellow cycleway bollards as I clipped my pedal on one and fell off, knocking my tooth out approximately 6 weeks ago. Obstructions on the road are a hazard for drivers and cyclists. Considering Paula Southgate refers to the council as a democracy, would you consider scrapping this plan and actually putting it to a well-publicised vote, please?
Great, thank you very much, John.
Thank you for hearing me.
Very clear, thank you.
Excellent.
To council, because decisions
Yes.
that I make are on behalf of the majority
Yes.
of council. So
Yeah.
that's the majority of council that you're referring to.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Just
the mayor,
making-
if I can do it, thank you. The mayor represents the whole of council, so when the mayor goes out and speaks on strategies and plans, it is with the voice of council.
What she
Yeah.
said on her Facebook. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine, John. Thank you very much. All right, we're nearly there, everyone. Peter Boss from Living Streets, Kirikiriroa. Good morning, Peter. I like how you do that as before your time starts. Well done.
Others do that.
Very good, Peter. When you're ready.
Yes. I'd like to thank Bill McMasters from New Zealand AA for supporting Beta Street having safer speeds. Beta Shop's footpath has a long history of near misses from bikes and skateboards. This risk has increased with e-bikes and e-scooters. It's not safe to bike on the road past the shops. It does not feel safe to bike on Lawn Street alongside trucks. E-bikes and e-scooters travel too fast to mix with pedestrians and shoppers exiting the Beta Shops. I've seen people on e-bikes and e-scooters moving along the footpath in front of the Beta Shops at full speed. This project cannot come soon enough. Someone is going to get very seriously injured while leaving a shop if improvements aren't made. This project's got a 35-year history, having been first planned in the 1980s, followed by endless repeated detailed costings, reviews recommending Beta Street have bike lanes. Karangaroa is in the process of building 75 new homes within walking and biking distance of Beta Shops and Waikato Hospital. Business at the Beta Shops is increasing. The car park's busy. There may be an option for adding less than half a dozen additional car parks without removing existing buildings or businesses or homes. Those locals who drive to the hospital spend more time driving around the car park building than getting to the hospital itself. If we want to free up car parking, we need to give people living closer some safe alternative transport options. This Beta Connection project gives people living close to Beta Shops and the hospital freedom to travel in an affordable way to both locations, freeing up car parking for people who do not have options. Beta Street is the most affordable neighbourhood in Hamilton, and those living there should be provided with affordable transport options. Thank you.
Much, Peter. And our last speaker of the day is Brett Ursig. Morning, Brett.
Sorry, I was just walking off the street, basically.
No, that's okay.
Right,
Just
just found out this was happening this morning.
Okay, so if you can just state which item you're speaking
The inland bus stops and cycleways, since you're talking
on. Okay,
about.
so the surf projects, yep.
Okay, basically my mum's against the inland busway. It's going to clog up the traffic on Rotatuna, Hokanui Street, is it? Her and her friends are against it, but the elderly, they don't actually have a computer. They don't submit to the things. They get the letter in the mail. They go, oh, this is a stupid idea. You never hear from them, so their voice doesn't count. For me, I didn't own a car until I was 33, I think, so I cycled everywhere. You hardly see any cyclists around Hamilton. Most people drive. I drive most of the time. I cycle quite a bit of the time. Cyclists are dumb. They make, not all of them, but some of them take unnecessary risks. Cycle lanes, no cycle lanes. A lot of cycle lanes are a waste of our money. Some are just really nice pie-in-the-sky stuff to have. Some cycle lanes are really good. But just think about it a bit more before you just annoy all the car drivers, because a lot of people are starting to hate cyclists because they basically are slowing the traffic down for no reason. That's all.
Might have been a walk and your name was on my list for a while, so well done on that. Look, that brings us to the end of public forum. We're a little over time, but I know that members in the public forum will want us to move on to a couple of these items. We also have morning tea in the tea room. It's been delivered around 10:30. This is to recognise Mangai Norm Hill joining us again, and is appropriate to have. So. Oh, have you smelt it? Is it good? Okay. All right. Right, let's move on first to item 5, confirmation on page 6, committee. This is the confirmation of the minutes of
I'll move.
20th of July. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seconded by, it's just close, Councillor Bidder. No, you got in there first. I think there are no matters arising for accuracy, so we'll just do that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. And I acknowledge Councillor Huaki, who is in Zoom land. Right, now, next item, item 6. Now, this is the notice of motion revocation for the Horsham Downs Road PT Improvement Project. Now, just bear with me. I'm going to explain understanding orders the process for this. There are a lot of new elected members around the table who haven't experienced a notice of motion. Plus, I've had a request from the public to explain some things for online viewers, which I'm very happy to do, as in a few weeks' time we'll celebrate 12 years of having webcams in this chamber, so I'm going to take my time to do that. So just to remind committee members, we are bound by standing orders for this particular process, and because the notice of motion is an elected member-driven motion, it's up to the mover of the motion to convince the committee to support their motion. So as we are well aware, there is no staff report accompanying this. So questions will need to be limited to staff around the consequence of revoking the decision and any of the consequences that are in the other motions. We can't get into detail because that staff don't have a staff report, and it isn't something that the staff have proposed. So can I just finish, because I might answer your question. Questions can be of the mover of the motion, because as I said, it's their motion and it's up to them to convince the committee whether or not they will support this. So I will allow those. They need to be through the chair. We're not going to be uncollegial in this, but Councillor Donovan will need to address some questions. And just for members of the online as well, and members of the public, a notice of motion is not used very often at all, and it requires 5 signatures from elected members. That's all in our agenda, and it needs to go to the CE, and then it finds its way onto the agenda. So that is, I think that's provided context. Ms. Southgate, was there anything that I didn't cover?
Just 2 questions. I believe that there may have been some adjustments to the potential placement of that bus stop. Can we ask about that? Is that because it's a change? Because it's a change, does that open up discussion on any changes that may have occurred? Who's going to be the staff member? Oh, Martin? Yep. Do you want to pop up here? Let's just quickly address that, but that's not on the table today.
But it might be material if it changes material to someone's decision making.
It might change the mover's motion, but can we just get an idea?
Through the chair, I mean, we're awaiting the outcome of this notice of motion before we make any decisions about this project. There are things that we're still working through in the through the safety audit process.
Right.
But we haven't made any decisions on things because we're waiting for the outcome of today. Yep.
Okay, all right.
Apologise if I didn't hear it. A revocation has to reach a certain threshold. What's the threshold?
No, just the majority of the members
So
today.
it doesn't
Yep,
have to
just
be.
a majority vote. That's right, yeah. Okay, so hopefully that's really clear. Questions of staff on the consequences of the motion. If we can pop the motion on the board, and then any questions through me, please, to Councillor Donovan as the mover. I can start if it's helpful. I know it's an interesting spot that we're in. Do you want me to? I've never seen such a quiet committee. Look, I have a question. I'll ask a question of staff and then I'll ask a question of Councillor Donovan. Hopefully that will set the tone. So staff, I guess my first question would be, what's the consequence of revoking the decision?
Consequence of that would be it does put the project in jeopardy. It's been part of the overall SURF program.
And does that so that would put the funds in jeopardy as well?
That's correct.
Okay.
Particularly when you look at the part A of the motion for consideration.
Yep.
That really puts the project probably outside the scope of the SURF program.
Okay. And in the second motion, it's asking to bring a report to the 9th. Can we get rid of the formats when you're ready, governance? To the 9th of November with detail on a new project for PT improvements, I think, and a report to ease congestion. Can you do that by the 9th of November?
Look, I can only answer part A of that.
Oh, okay.
Robin Denton is involved in part
Yep.
B of that. I think the answer is likely to be from Robin, well, it's definitely from me, is I cannot meet those timeframes.
Okay.
Of the 9th of November. It's an impossibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Robin, just on the report, information on the report for congestion, can you meet the 9th of November?
I can give elected members an idea of what options would be available by the 9th of November, but I wouldn't be able to provide great detail.
Okay. All right. And just a question for the mover of the motion, because this is your motion and there is no staff report. Councillor Donovan, what are you thinking in terms of paying for the new consultation engagement? Who will pay for that?
Just so I'm clear, who will pay for the
So
consultation?
you're asking for staff to go out and do additional consultation and engagement? So have you found out where the budget for that's coming from?
No, so my counter question would be, where does that money sit?
What's that, sorry?
Where does that money sit?
Well, I'm asking you because it's the mover of the, so I'm assuming you've spoken to staff.
Mm.
If you don't, it's okay if you don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't fully understand. I made the assumption it would come from a council budget of some description.
All right. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's an answer. Thank you. Mayor Southgate?
Just can I question a little bit closer the implication that if we change any small part of an application for a SURF funding, that null and voids the rest of it? Is there no flexibility at the NZTA end, or the government end, sorry, to make minor amendments? Because you've just said you haven't been through the safety audit either. So presumably if the audit comes up and suggests some changes, you'll be suggesting some changes back up the line?
There is some flexibility around minor amendments, but if we are talking about having to, if this motion goes through, we'll have to look at a redesign. We'll have to do a safety review before we go out to the community for consultation. Consultation would be for about 3 weeks. We have to have a report written 3 weeks prior to a committee meeting. The two timeframes don't add up, so we'd be looking at something.
But if it wasn't the time frame, we would have been able to make. I mean, guess Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'm not trying to be difficult. What we have heard from people is if you vote one part of any of these projects down, and there are other things to discuss today,
then the whole thing falls off. I'm not convinced. I need convincing. Can you explain to me why there is no flexibility within
I think the flexibility, there is some flexibility there to make minor amendments to projects, and we have done that through this process, through the community engagement. People have fed back. We've taken things out. We've adjusted things, all in consultation with Wakatahi's urban mobility team. But their timeframes are very, very strict for getting the detailed designs completed, getting the safety audits done. That then releases the funding for the construction of the projects. Now, if we've got to add in things like additional consultation, further council reports, that adds probably 6 to 8 weeks onto our timeframes. But if we have to do that for any of the projects, unfortunately, they're going to have to drop out of the program. We just cannot meet those tight timeframes because we have to have everything wrapped up by the 30th of June 2024.
And on Martin, on page 22 and thank you, 23, on page 23 you've got the Waka Kotahi want detailed design by 29th of September.
Yes, so we're working to extremely tight timeframes.
2 and 23.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I've got one chair for, one chair.
One chair.
One question. Thank you, Chair. I've got one question for staff and then one question for the mover. So, Martin, I'm just wondering, what is the impact of removing the in-lane bus stop? For example, what impact would it have on the ability to have your footpath, cycle lane and bus infrastructure?
Through the Chair, I think we've spoken previously about the need to create space for all the different road users in the road corridor. Now, by having in-lane bus stops, we're able to have more space for pedestrians and cyclists behind those facilities. If we start indenting bus stops, then that does create squeeze points and safety issues with regards to pedestrians and cyclists mixing, particularly with people getting off and on and off of buses in that same area. So there are some safety issues, and I said, you know, working through the process with the Horsham Downs project, some of these issues have been raised through the safety audit that we are working with Wakatahi to address, but we still need to hear what the notice of motion decision is before we finalise our decisions on the final layout. Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Councillor Donovan, given the timeframes and the risk that the notice of revocation or the motion for consideration would mean that this drops out of the SURF program, is it the mover's intention that this is then funded at a 50% rate instead of a 10% rate by council through the long-term plan for any future improvements?
No, thank you. No, it would be, surely we would look to take money from other areas if that were deemed of lesser importance if this one was prioritised over other projects.
The clarification, okay. So to clarify, you're saying yes, but we would reprioritise money, but we'd still be paying 50% rather than 10% of the cost?
Yeah, or we pay nothing because we look at it and say, well, just because the money's there doesn't necessarily mean we have to spend it.
Okay.
Because there's all the OPEX that comes with it as well.
And to clarify, and paying nothing would mean that no project is completed in this area?
Sorry, because I'm quite confused about the funding as well, so...
So yeah, I'm just asking, is the intention essentially that we then make this a future project that we pay 50% funding for? Or is, given if the risk eventuates, that this cannot fit in the SURF program?
If we lose the... If I can help, if we lose the if we lose the SURF funding, how do you intend to pay for it if you want to go ahead with a new PT improvements in the area? Through the LTP or something else?
Yep, through LTP. Yep.
Through the LTP.
Thank you.
So that would, okay, so possibly be 100% funded by council. If we couldn't get Waka Kotahi normal 51% for this project.
Exactly, but these Waka Kotahi funding pots seem to come around, what,
it's not that easy.
No, I know,
But yeah, I know what you're
understand
saying.
that, but they're
Yeah.
not a, they're
Yeah.
not, they're not, this is not the be-all, end-all.
Okay, all right. Councillor Wilson.
Madam Chair, thank you. Martin, good morning. Quick question. In regards to time frames, my understanding is you've said you're still doing a lot of refinement regarding the safety elements prior to the final submission back to Waka Kotahi.
We are doing some refinements to the project, yes.
Thank you. And I understood you to say that there is a very limited timeline. In fact, here we are on the 21st of September, and that has to be submitted in its entirety by the 29th.
That's correct.
Right. I didn't quite get a clarity from you exactly what of these fine-tuning you're focusing on. Clearly, you'd be aware of that because you're in such a limited time frame.
Yes.
So what are they?
It's mainly around the conflict between the pedestrians and the cyclists, where we had been proposing the indented bus stop for the timing point for the bus service. That's the biggest issue we got. We don't have any
And there's a risk.
There is a risk there, and we're working with designers. My colleague Kirsty's just coming up. She's been working on the design, so she might be best placed to answer it. We don't have any major concerns about the in-lane bus stops from a safety point of view. The biggest risk seems to be the conflict between the pedestrians and the cyclists in that area. Kirsty might be able to just clarify that point.
That's fine. In line with our current policy with Waka Kotahi, what constitutes a significant change in light of the fact we're having to refine elements? Is there a need, having landed on the refinement, to reconsult?
Well, that's really down to what the notice of motion says.
No, with all due respect, your fine-tuning of safety is separate to the particular motion in front of us today. You're having to do that based on what we've already agreed.
Look, if we were to refine a project based on the consultation that we've already had and the safety reviews that we've done, if we had to make refinements to a project, as long as Waka Kotahi, as the main funder, were comfortable, we could take that project forward without the need to go out for further consultation.
Right. Final question. The funding round that Waka Kotahi have, there's been a lot of discussion about by not signing up on this particular opportunity, we force council into having to fund it in entirety through LTP. Walk me through the secular nature of the funding regime with Waka Kotahi and how often does it come around?
It comes around every 3 years is the opportunity.
Right.
So we're currently working on our draft programs for the 2024-2027 period.
Right.
You submit your programs to Waka Kotahi, which we are shortly will be doing, and they will make a decision on what projects they will fund.
Excellent. And in our LTP planning process, are there multiple projects that we put into our LTP on the basis that there's an assumption that Waka Kotahi will fund, and if they chose not to, then council would review those?
That's correct, yeah.
Right.
What we're putting up over the next couple of months, we anticipate that we're not necessarily going to get all the funding for.
Right.
That's
But-
our wish list.
But just to remove any ambiguity, just because if this project doesn't go ahead, doesn't mean that we couldn't submit in the next round and let the process unfold.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We may or may not get funding through that process, though.
Oh, like all of our projects,
Yes.
Yep.
including the ones that we've currently drafted for the LTP.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so member stay on the notice, the particular notice of motion, but funding did come up. Councillor Bidder?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the Chair to Martin.
Thank you.
If, for whatever reason, this in-lane bus stop needs to be removed in the future and the Verge bus stop reinstated, who pays?
Well, it depends on the situation. If we've been through a robust process and Whakatahi are comfortable with it, there's a potential they could pay for that. 50%, 51% under the usual subsidy rates.
Yeah, so there's a potential that the council would have to pay for it all.
There is a potential, yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
Councillor Hart.
Thank you. Kia ora, Martin. I was wondering if you could speak to whether or not this bus stop has any strategic relevance to Waikato Regional Council and any future bus services or bus aspirations, I guess.
Through the chair, the short answer to that is yes. It does have implications on the strategic planning for the regional council. Their desire is to strengthen their bus services to and from the Rototuna area, and they have a staged plan of how they want to achieve that. But they're relying on Hamilton City Council to deliver certain pieces of infrastructure so they can achieve their longer term ambitions for better bus services in the area. HCC is ahead of the game in respect that we are building the Gordonton Puketaha roundabout. We are extending Borman Road. So those are two key pieces of infrastructure for future PT services in that area. And one of the other key bits is removing the bus stops out of the Rototuna shopping centre and getting them onto Horsham Downs Road. So yes, this project does support future aspirations for Waikato Regional Council.
I'm sorry.
We'll accept that apology. I don't know what it's for, but Councillor Hutt, further question?
Yes, I was just wondering if you could elaborate on how the Waka Kotahi funding bucket is created. Does that come from the central government at the time? Do they set how much money goes into Waka Kotahi for funding these things with us? The surf bucket? Not for surf,
Okay.
or if a project was going to come back through low cost, low risk.
Hey, look, I mean, it's a complex process, but it really depends on the government policy statement on transport at the time. So if there's a change of government in October, then the priorities of that new government may be different. Then they will decide where the funding for different transport activities lies based on their priorities in the GPS.
And one last question, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Do we have any estimates on the potential inflation cost if we were to put off this project, considering it's in strategic alignment with Regional Council? If we were to wait 3 years, do we have an estimate on how much the cost might be then?
I don't know. All we know is that costs are going up pretty significantly year on year for construction projects at the moment. This is our best opportunity to deliver something at very low cost to council, and I suppose bring forward a project that ordinarily we might have put off for a number of years because of having to find sort of 49% of the funding.
And can you remind me just how much we're contributing to it currently?
We are 10%. The overall budget is 1.3 million, and we're putting in $130,000 of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Austen.
Thank you. My question's of the mover with regard to point A, and you've heard staff talk about their inability to be able to meet that 9th of November timeline. 29th of September, okay. And so what's your expectation really with regard to the progress of the project? And do you expect that in the interim the status quo would remain beyond the 29th into our long-term plan deliberation process? So that's in terms of the bus stop, alighting and exiting passengers in the car park
Shopping
area.
centre, yeah.
if I understand it correctly, yes would be the short answer, because it would have to be status quo, because the hand would be forced, if to use, not, you know, for want of a better word, but there's currently a system and process in place at the moment that is not entirely broken. As in a
Okay, just a supplementary question with regard to the position of the regional council and asking us as city council to review where those bus stops are due to safety concerns. You're aware of that concern?
Can you rephrase re-ask the question? I'm confused. Are we referring to the letter that came to us from?
Yeah. So can you, Councillor Van Osten, sorry, I was a little confused by your question.
At the original proposal, the regional councils expressed a concern that the bus stop travels through a parking environment that isn't necessarily safe for people getting on and off the service.
So the question is,
of the mover is he aware of that concern?
Oh, well, let's not do are you aware questions, because once we start, we go down a rabbit hole.
Very well. How does he expect that we resolve that concern?
Yeah, safety concerns.
Well, that'll be for staff to come back to us with logical and sensible explanation or clarification of the safety.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Mangai Hill.
Kia ora tātou. I'm just going to leverage off my naivety and ask some real simple questions to give me confidence with regards to this particular motion. Is it such that you use it or you lose it in this particular scenario? I've got some understanding that there's opportunities in the future, but is that a situation? Yeah, for funding for the project.
Through the chair, with regards to the funding, yes, if we don't proceed with this project, the funding will go back into the central pot. Yep, it is. Yep. We lose it.
Thank you for that. And ball gazing, change of government, if it does happen, what level of certainty or uncertainty will we have with regards to any future opportunities to leverage off the situation?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't feel that's an appropriate question for staff to comment on the politics of the parties.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I preface my naivety around some of the questioning I have, and so, okay, my questioning was really around giving me confidence on how to vote on this. So,
yeah, that's up to you.
Yep.
Yeah. And I would say listen to the debate.
Yep. Okay.
Councillor, thank you, Mangai. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Chair. Martin, just trying to understand around the flexibility of the funding proposal. Is it not true that in the last meeting we added an additional project to the list?
We did, and that was based on some extra funding for end-of-trip facilities within schools that Whakatai had made available. So we did secure some of that funding. It was a small amount, but we secured it, so that was the extra project. But
so, that's really the next item, just trying to understand how the flexibility, if there's flexibility to add a project in, is there not flexibility to consult or?
There's flexibility to take projects out, but the time frames are so tight around the delivery pipeline, we'll call it, that if you add extra time or want to add extra time in for further consultation, we aren't going to meet the time frames for delivery for these projects. Therefore, those projects that you want to do further consultation on will have to be removed from the SURF program and the funding returned to Whakatahi.
Is there the ability to request extensions from Whakatahi for
we've talked to Whakatahi about extensions. Basically, I mean, I have Peter McGlashan from Whakatahi sitting at the back of the room, but Peter and the team have told me they want everything wrapped up by the 30th of June 2024. That's what we're currently working to.
So in next year?
yeah.
Next year, we've got 9 months to deliver quite a few projects. So Peter's here.
That's okay.
Peter, for...
Just look, because I'm not going to open this up for questions of Waka Kotahi other than just the specific one, because I think it's a really good question, Councillor Pike, around the funding timeframes.
Kia ora koutou. I'm the lead advisor at Waka Kotahi for Urban Mobility. Was involved in the conception of transport choices. Had the good fortune of living in Hamilton for about 8 years while I played for the Northern Knights, so I know most of the projects very, very well. But I'm also a local board member at Auckland Council, so I understand the challenges that you have making decisions not just for your current constituents, but also future generations as well. Regarding some of the funding questions, the SURF fund comes from the emissions trading scheme, so it's not tax dollars that are creating this pot that this is paid for from. And that's quite an important distinction which maybe hasn't got through in the messaging, and I heard some of the public submissions this morning on both sides concerned about taxpayer dollars being contributed. That comes from the emissions trading scheme, so it's a different source. The reason for the deadline is because that is Crown funding, that has a June 2024 deadline. And so if you work back from that, the time to deliver the projects, we need detailed designs by September 29th, because that then creates an envelope of projects which will go to the Minister for final approval. This program is oversubscribed, so there's currently about $350 million worth of projects and only $300 million to pay for them with. So part of this process that's happening is about working out which projects will get to the finish line come June 2024. It's one of the reasons why Part A of the motion is problematic, because minor adjustments, as Martin has mentioned, can be considered because they won't need additional consultation. The challenge that we've got here is that every time this goes back for public consultation and there are a requirement to come back and present to the council, as it rightly should be, eats away at that ability to include a project like this. Hamilton's really, it's an ambitious set of projects that these guys turned up with, but that's because Access Hamilton is an ambitious vision that a lot of the cities that we're working with are envious of. So you have an opportunity, as Martin's highlighted, to deliver probably 10 or 15 years worth of projects in 2 years.
Okay.
And the modelling suggests, as has been mentioned before, that traffic congestion in 10 or 15 years' time will have needed these projects to be delivered now.
Look, that's really helpful in terms of understanding where the money's coming from. So, Councillor Pike, as I said, we're not going to go into a plethora of questions of Waka Kotahi. We must stick to the report in front of us, which is a notice of revocation. Clarification on the funding?
Yeah, just noting that you said it was oversubscribed. Is there a chance that we're not going to get all of the projects through anyway?
There is a process going on across the whole program nationally to work out where the high-risk projects are, which ones are going to be successful. That's across a range of things. Sometimes it's a technical reason that a project might not make the finish line. Other times it's political will. Other times it could be cost escalation. So
the 29 haven't...
Yeah, there's 96 projects. We're dealing with 46 councils across the country. And each time we get into these places where projects become slightly problematic, it does raise a red flag. But the program that's been developed is the best in the country. We want all of these projects to be delivered because Hamilton has a chance to be a role model to other cities across New Zealand that are trying to do so.
Thank you, Peter. We'll have to wrap up that now for questions. Just for clarity, yes?
You said the program was the best in the country. Are you referring to Hamilton's SURF program? Is the best in the country?
Hamilton's SURF program is 10% of the entire fund.
Wow.
So it's unusual for Hamilton. It's not 10% of the population, and yet it's effectively a $30 million package of programs, and yet there's only 350 million available. So it says the ambition, but also the opportunity to do something which is 10 or 20 years' work in 2 years.
All right. I'll have to stop us there. Thank you very much for that clarity, Peter. Okay, look, that's Councillor Casey Cox. Your light was on, but you're good. Okay, question's been answered. Right, now we're going to, and we will stop at morning tea after this.
short adjournment?
Yes, of course. We can
please?
stop for morning tea now if you like, as long as we come back and we get straight into the, I'll put the motion. Yes, that's fine.
But before we do that, may I please offer an apology for the way I addressed you earlier today?
That's okay. It's all right. And if Deputy Mayor is too much of a mouthful, Chair is fine. We've been calling each other a piece of furniture for years, haven't we? Chair, it's fine. All right, if you're going to need a few minutes then, I think, Councillor, so we'll take morning tea till 1:15 because I want you to be able to fill your bellies as well as do the on our process. So we're going to put the motion up, which is the motion to revoke. And as I said earlier, because this is a notice of motion that includes a revocation, it is just simply accepted on the majority. Unlike on the same day, if we have a motion that needs to be revoked, it requires 75% of the committee. So simple majority to get the motion over the line. And so, Councillor Donovan, I believe you'll wait till the motion, if the motion goes ahead, then you'll put the second motion for consideration? Yep.
By you, so yes, thank you.
Yes,
Yep.
and then if the motion to revoke is lost, then you will just leave, because it doesn't make sense to put the next motion up anyway, because it speaks to the first.
Do you mean physically leave the chamber? Or
No.
leave it? Right, okay.
I know you want to go surfing, it's been a tough morning, but no. All right, so we'll speak to the notice of motion, because that is the only one on. Sorry, Councillor Donovan?
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, can we take A and B separately?
Yes,
Oh,
we can.
Yeah, if we get
Let's
there.
see if the motion
Yep.
to revoke goes ahead first.
Okay.
So for members of the public, you're going to hear debate from committee members. We only get 2 minutes as well. And this is purely on the revocation and the implications of that of the Horsham Downs Road public transport improvement. I'm reading it for online viewers. That was previously approved at the 20 July 2023 Infrastructure and Transport Committee. All right, so Councillor Donovan, you're the mover. I will go to you first for debate.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you to everyone who's come in and submitted today. It's much appreciated, and it obviously has, brought about a lot of interest. It's part of the reason why the revocation was put forward, is because after the motion was passed in last time, there was a large amount of public interest in what the decision was that we'd come up with. And they say life is about learning, and I'm learning today that this is a process I've never been involved in. I've already heard someone say that, might have been yourself, Chair, say that this process is not something that we do often. So it's a learning experience. Thank you, colleagues, for the questioning that you've put forward. That's been much appreciated, and it's helped me even understand the situation better. But look, this is common sense. It's logical. There is financial responsibility, which is one of the pillars that we have voted in on, in my belief. We need to go out and ask the community in greater scope about why or if this is actually a necessary piece of kit to put in. Just because the money's there doesn't mean we should spend it. There is, opportunity in the future for us to go further with other funding buckets. And let's just make it clear too, I'm not against bus stops. I'm not against cyclists or whatever mode you choose to move around in the city. I simply want to see financial responsibility and prudence used in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe as seconder. I'll go to you next if you'd like to debate.
On the board, please.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
You don't have to debate, Councillor?
Probably not full time, but I'm supporting Councillor Donovan's motion to revoke for exactly the reasons he's explained quite clearly. After the decision was made previously, there has been a lot of public interest and a lot of public feedback that we may have missed the mark on this one. So, we should be questioning the process of how we got to that point. And this is simply saying, let's just go back. Let's have a two-way conversation with the community. Let's try and get this right so that it works for everyone. I support cyclists in the area and pedestrians and bus stops and
all modes of travel. So I'm saying let's involve the community. We want to take them on the journey with us. We don't want to alienate people. We don't want people to get angry at cyclists. We want to, do this in a harmonious approach. So let's pause, admit that we could have done this better, and go back to the drawing board. We need to do what's right for the residents. Please do not make decisions in haste because of constraints on the Waka Kotahi funding. This is much more important and a much bigger picture than just a timeline that we need to follow. A timeline that was not set by us or our residents. This is a gut feeling that I have that the design is flawed. So I have to support Councillor Donovan with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Firstly, for clarity around the funding situation, it is not common that we have 90% of a project funding coming from external sources. And usually, so if this goes to the long-term plan, and we're fortunate enough to even receive any funding for public transport improvement projects and be able to include this project, it will most likely be 51% paid for by us and 49% paid for by Waka Kotahi. So it's very unlikely that we're going to have another situation like this where 90% is being paid for by Waka Kotahi. And this is being paid for out of the Climate Emergency Response Fund, which comes from emitters paying fees to emit. So it's not coming from the general taxpayer, it's coming from polluters paying to pollute and then being used to reduce emissions elsewhere within the economy and the community. Only 1.8% of vehicles at the moment are electric in New Zealand, so in order to reduce emissions significantly by 2030, we need both approaches. We need people to move in different ways as well as move to electric vehicles. Now, in terms of the bus stop itself, if this was an inset bus stop, you still have to wait for a bus to slow down and then move into a bus bay, and then one would hope people would have slowed down and wait for them to move out again. So if you compare that to a bus simply stopping, letting some people off and on, the difference isn't going to be huge. Either way, people are still going to need to let a bus slow down and stop. And we're having this argument around in-lane bus stop for some reason. What about traffic lights, pedestrian crossings? All of these require anyone having an access way, all of these require people to slow down and stop for others to also use the road. So it's really no different, but we're really focusing in on this one particular thing. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, as a council, we make a lot of decisions, and with the SURF projects, there's been an imperative to move at speed because it's a partnership with Waka Kotahi. The deadlines are tough. There's a lot of research to do, a lot of community consultation to do. You've heard today from staff how much pressure they are under with the sheer number of projects. And sometimes as a council we make decisions that in retrospect need another look. I can think of many over my time on council, and I firmly believe that this is one of them. The notice of motion is about being big enough to acknowledge that and have another look at this, look at other options. Approving this revocation today will allow that opportunity, and ultimately it's going to give an opportunity for more engagement and for more consultation with the Rototuna community, and that's a key to this. The in-lane bus stop on Horsham Downs, a road which queues as it is, on top of what we've already done to the Thomas Road roundabout, reducing it to one lane at the roundabout, which is incredibly increased congestion, is going to make it worse. It's a double whammy. Suggestions that we're putting the SURF funding in jeopardy have been made. Fine, use it or lose it, so be it. But if the project's wrong for the area, it's wrong. And if staff can't find a way to make it right for the community and to fit in with Waka Kotahi's timeframes, then so be it. You don't make bad decisions in order to get access to this sort of funding. The decision's got to be right. If you're not sure you've got a project right, why on earth plough ahead with it? and as has been established through questions, the SURF funding is oversubscribed, so none of our SURF projects are actually guaranteed anyway. And as has also been established, if the project is good enough and indeed viable, there will be more funding opportunities. One way or another, we have to have another look at this project, and this motion gives us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This motion is about one project of 29 which were put up for SURF funding, all of which are projects which address climate change and accessibility through offering different transport options. The vast majority, 23, have been approved by this council to be considered and can still deliver these outcomes. The other 6 are being discussed today. We even unanimously approved an extra project for biking mobility in schools, so there is a lot of support for transport options here. To put things in perspective, this is one project which, as we have heard recently, is a highly contentious project, be revisited. Elected members heard in the last meeting that staff would have liked more time for consultation, which is what I raised concerns about at that meeting, and I'm asking again today so we can find a solution which will work for everyone. The consultation process that happened resulted in 11 responses. Within this, CCS had mixed neutral support and Age Concern had conditional support. So when we are proposing projects that are meant to be serving these communities, it immediately raised concerns for me to see that. For comparison, the level of consultation for Hayes Common had 1 month consultation period, several meetings with Hayes Common Cafe, brochure deliveries, a story in Waikato Times, call float signs, drop-in sessions and pop-up sessions. This had delivered 233 responses. Horsham Downs comparatively had 2 weeks consultation, 1,000 letters and resulted in 11 responses. More importantly, as a result of the robust conversations held, we were able to come up with an amendment which had unanimous support and ensured a win-win for both transport options and the community in Hayes Common. Better community engagement was something I campaigned on.
Didn't have unanimous support.
Had majority support. Oh,
thanks, Councillor Pike.
Thank you.
You can continue.
Better community engagement was something I campaigned on, and I believe if we revisit this project and do a wider consultation, we can come back with a design that will be a win-win for everyone and prevent doing a project that will potentially cost more money to redo later down the line. Thank you.
Next is Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you, Chair. In this week's Regional Transport Committee meeting, we witnessed a success story that underscores the importance of investing in our public transport system, including our infrastructure. The new Meteor bus service in Hamilton, running every 15 minutes, has achieved really impressive provisional ridership numbers. Comparing it to the services it replaced in Frankton and Silverdale, those routes, the early numbers indicate an increase in ridership of 65%. I believe that highlights the undeniable fact that people appreciate and use high-frequency services when provided. Now, how is that relevant to today's discussion? In partnership with the Regional Council, we're committed to building a success story with the Rototuna Rocket, the next fast-frequency service off the rank. It's proposed that that route will connect directly with the stop that's being discussed today, the bus stop, and with the Rototuna shopping centre. And currently, the bus runs through that shopping centre. Imagine what would happen if every 15 minutes there was a bus running through that shopping centre, the additional risk that that would provide. Instead of scrutinising our bus system one stop at a time, we should trust our staff to take a comprehensive approach. They have the expertise to consider all of the information and opportunities that align with the decisions for our community's needs and our city's strategic plans. I'll be opposing the notice of motion, confident in our staff's ability.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tawariki.
Yeah, I also agree with Councillor Maxine Van Oosten's comments around the capability and the skills of our staff to do the job that they have been tasked with. Planning for infrastructure growth within any city is a very complex task, and I trust that the team that we have here at Te Kaunihero Kirikiriroa are very competent and very capable. Their work that they have been doing with Waka Kotahi also provides some confidence. The work that we have been doing with Waikato Regional Council also provides some confidence. And so therefore I won't be supporting the motion of notice that has been laid out today. There were some very good comments that were made today from some of the submitters, and today is about the opportunity or the ability for our people within our city to exercise their tino rangatiratanga to make a choice. Their ability and their opportunities or options to make a choice. And so this isn't taking away from anyone their option to use a car. This is providing opportunities for people who wish to either ride a bike, scooter, or walk, or ride their mobility scooters. This is about providing that space for them in a safe way. And so therefore, I would like to acknowledge Councillor Donovan for speaking up for the community over in Horsham Downs, and I think it's a good learning opportunity for us to understand this process, because it certainly is a learning process for myself.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. One would have to be churlish to suggest that this council isn't committed to funding for multimodal transportation solutions. We've heard clearly today that in fact the SURF funding package is one of the most progressive in the country. What the revocation is about is one single component in a credible suite of improvements. And the concern with this one particular project is that it's not fit for purpose. And there has been a lot of discussion about the need to trust our staff and their expertise, but even our own staff, in dialogue with Waka Kotahi, are saying that there are some aspects of the design that still isn't right, that they're having to fine-tune over safety. And so I think what the revocation does is say, well, hold on, not only have we had a huge public outcry, not only have we not actually landed on the final design, maybe we should go back and have a more meaningful discussion. But that doesn't mean we're turning our back on all the other millions of dollars we're investing in multimodal. I actually agree with one technical component of Councillor Thompson's argument, that it is unusual that we get this incredible offer from government where they're prepared to fund 90%. It's unusual. It's wonderful. But what was lacking in her finer detail was that none of these projects are currently guaranteed. It was a revelation to me today to hear that Waka Kotahi say that in fact all the projects are still up for final decision by the Minister and Waka Kotahi because they're oversubscribed. And so my point is, we shouldn't be in this endless pursuit to be in a hurry. The time frame is running out. Let's take a pause. Let's get the design right. Let's take it to the LTP and do this once and do it right.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to make a single point, and I hope my colleagues Moko and Mangai Norm pay particular attention. This is about the environment. SURF funding is not use it or lose it. Our environment is not just Hamilton. It is the Waikato. It is the whole of Aotearoa. If we don't use it, the funding goes back to Waka Kotahi to use on other emissions reductions projects, so they can use it to have greater benefit for the whenua. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hutt.
We've talked a lot today about partnership with Waka Kotahi, and that's an important aspect of surf, but it's also about partnership with regional council. Because I'm obviously a massive nerd, I was reading the infrastructure and transport minutes from 2021, and there was a beautiful slide in there from regional council that talked about the Rototuna rocket hoping to be launched in 2022. Don't need to tell you all to read a bus schedule that the Rototuna rocket is still non-existent in 2023. And the key part of the Rototuna rocket is that it's going to use this bus stop. Why throw away over $1 million, which we will know will most likely cost us more in inflated costs later? We will have to go back up and compete against every other project put forward by every other council when it goes back into the big pool of low cost, low risk. This is how we stop 12 to 19% of buses being late to their next stop who use that bus stop. This is how we help people have competitive transport options. This is one way of helping to reduce congestion in this area, because if I look back to Stephanie's public forum submission on the original debate, if you're sitting behind a full bus, that's potentially 35 cars not in front of you. If it's a full double-decker bus, that's potentially maybe 100 cars not in front of you. We already did consultation for the biking and micromobility plan, for the climate strategy, for the disability action plan, for He Paumanawa order. This is enacting consultation we've already done. And there's a lot of talk about not wanting to waste council spending, but like I said during the original debate, we can't ask staff to camp outside people's houses. Some people did engage, and the project was changed from the feedback received, and that is a trend throughout the other surf report as well. I'm disappointed in this project. I'm disappointed in some of the rhetoric I've seen publicly, and I'm disappointed there were opportunities to bring this concern to Access Hamilton while the macroscope design was still able to be changed. We are only providing macroscope approval. This is a strategic project. It isn't a nice to have. It is a critical piece of strategic infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made already. I won't be supporting the motion, mostly because my position hasn't really changed from July, in that I see this project as about, enabling a multimodal transportation system. And again, that buses don't cause congestion, but cars do. I did catch the bus in this morning, and another thing that I really think we underestimate in terms of public transport and what it provides, is for people who don't have access to cars. So, I mean, the majority of the people on the bus this morning, I would say, would have been new migrant community. And for people who are new to Hamilton and new to New Zealand, our bus services are super critical. So I think this service and the in-lane bus stop will only improve our public transport system and improve the lives of many people as well. I heard it, an in-lane bus stop being likened to a McDonald's drive-through just before, and I hadn't heard that before, but it's basically enables efficiency in the system, and that's a really important component. So I won't be supporting the motion and fully support the staff's expertise in this area, and would like to see it continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mangai Hill.
I wasn't here in July, but I've thoroughly enjoyed the debate that's been conversed this morning. I will be opposing the resolution, and there's a key facet of my decision that has aligned me to this particular outcome. Here in Waikato Tainui, we do focus on the Tai Timu Tai Pari Tai Ao, which is our environmental plan that helps guide our thinking. There's a particular clause 23.3E and G, which promotes integrated public transport to reduce vehicle emissions, with a particular focus here in Kirikiriroa, and as a māngai within this rohe, I will be opposing the resolution principally based on the discussion and debate that's been had, and back to Councillor Bida in regards to the overall whenua and tai ao being looked after. Certainly my focus would be looking at how we advance the aspirations of our tai ao here in Kirikiriroa. Kia ora.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. I am not going to vote for the motion, but not for any of the same reasons we've heard before. It's because I think revocations need to be used in exceptional circumstances. It was a democratic decision of council at the time, and I opposed that particular part of the project. I find it extremely frustrating that we cannot look at the project in parts, and we're told, every time I ask, we're told that you have to do all of it, no matter what, not just have a relook at some other parts. And I find that extremely frustrating, and you'll hear that from me in the next set of debates as well. This can't happen. But look, you know, as mayor, this is what happens. A democratic decision happens of the council. And then I, as the mayor, as the leader of council, must accept that democratic decision. And a democratic decision did occur. Whether we agree with it now or we don't agree with it, it occurred. And I uphold it, because I haven't, unfortunately, in this debate, been given any substantial reasons to see why a revocation is required in this case. So, you know, actually, I'm going to be the loser out of this, because I don't appease those people who are passionate around mode shift, and I don't appease the ones that feel that this project is not valid. I sit somewhere in between, but I'm just sticking to process. The process was what the process was. Louise did make a good point to me in the tea room, one that I took on board, which was that the Access Hamilton considerations and debate of this occurred over a period of time. We did have time to dip in. I didn't have time to dip in because I've got multiple portfolios and responsibilities being the mayor, and so maybe I didn't see some of the detail early enough to have made a difference on it. And I'm sorry about that, because in this instance, I think more should have been done to talk with the public, co-design the solution, absolutely. So nothing's changed for me, except that I'm upholding process. Thank you.
There are no more speakers, so before I go to right reply, I'll just say a few words. I don't support the motion. I don't support turning down $1 million of external funding. And we lose the opportunity for the cycle connection if the motion goes through that excludes in-lane bus stops and comes back with an insert bus stop, then the cycle lane part of it is gone. For me, the motion ignores the current safety situation that has been highlighted of removing the bus service out of a shopping area where people and children and people with shopping carts are moving. That concerns me. It may or may not mean a delay in widening of the shared footpath. It may or may not end up losing the access for the bus stop. And I'm just not prepared to risk the funding or putting people at risk. Like some other members have said, in the public forum, Rebecca Graham from Parents of Vision Impaired told us that children with vision impairments cannot independently move around our city without these new innovations. And that's just not, that just doesn't sit well with me. And I'm fortunate enough to not live with any form of disability. So I urge those considering to support the motion to think again and not view this with their eyes, but view this through the eyes of someone that is vulnerable in our community, that we actually don't hear from that often. And we had a great young public speaker this morning. I do have to disagree with Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, who said this is in haste. I vehemently dispute that. We have had multiple opportunities as an elected wing to engage in this even individual project, let alone all of the SURF projects. We have had multiple times through Access Hamilton, and just recently 2 emails I sent out to elected members offering staff to sit down with them and discuss things. There's been times that we could have tweaked projects and given our feedback. But just to round up, as Councillor Maxing and Councillor Hutt said, this is a strategic bus network opportunity that we could be losing. Thank you. And Councillor Donovan, your right of reply.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Chair Angela. Thank you to all my colleagues for your debate. It's been fantastic to listen to. God, I've got so much to say in right of reply that I might come out a little inarticulate, but here we go. First of all, Councillor Sarah, I'll just remind you that while we don't pay, we all pay in the end, because whether we're a polluter or a user of a substance that's creating pollution, we're all going to pay because we're taxpayers, ultimately. Doesn't matter. Just in regards to your reference to the emissions payment thing, I just wanted to make that clear. But taking funding, though, is like assessing risk when it comes to whether or not I should take insurance. What insurance companies do is they create this tension that says, oh, you better do that or you're going to miss out over here. And that's what I feel like is kind of happening here. And look, I'm a risk taker. I was a business owner. I go surfing in gnarly conditions. I have conversations with Moko about sport. I mean, that's risk enough. But what I would say is that sometimes you just have to step back and take another look, because there's been so much said today that would indicate that we haven't quite got this right. And many of my colleagues have reiterated that, and I won't go over their rhetoric again. But we've had multiple ratepayers in that area come out and say they're not happy with the current situation. Can you please just take a step back and take another look at it? No one I have heard has come out and said, we don't like buses, we don't like scooters, we don't like whatever. We're all for it. We're all for mode shift. We want people to move around safely. And that is the word I'm going to emphasise to you, safety. Are we going to be the council that allows development, i.e. an inlane bus stop, to go forth at the risk of people's safety? And not to mention the cost of where those funds could be redeployed for better use.
Thank you. Right, to help our governance team, we will do this on the board. So, Councillor Huaki in Zoomland, if you can use your electronic hand. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Bid. No, sorry, you've got your name on there. You've already debated. You don't get two cracks at this. That's okay. All right, so everyone's clear. We're voting on the motion to revoke. Is it the right motion? Okay, fair enough. There we go. All right.
So the motion is lost with 6 for and 9 against, noting Councillor Huaki has voted against online.
Can we see the names of the way we voted didn't pop up there, did it? That's unusual. Just also for the online viewers and media as well. Yeah. It's a gremlin. I did. No? Doesn't want to do it? Can we read out, just for full transparency, can we read out those who for the motion?
For the motion, Councillor Bidder, Donovan, Naiduroff, Taylor, Councillor Pike, and Councillor Wilson. Against Councillor Casey Cox, Van Oosten, Mayor Southgate, Councillor Tauriki, Mangai Hill, Councillor Hutt, Councillor Thompson, and Deputy Mayor Angela.
Great, thank you very much. All right, let's move on.
And Councillor Huaki.
Yes, yes. Okay, now it is 10 to 12. We won't stop for lunch yet, but I'm aiming for 12:30. It would be really great if we could get through the surf projects, but if we can't, hey, now, I have to say that the gold star goes to Councillor Taylor on this one, because he was the only one. Oh, actually, and I think maybe Councillor Thompson as well, but I particularly want to point you out, Councillor Taylor, because he emailed staff for very low-level detail and he got the answers, and it helped me as well. So no, just he gets the star. Just he gets this. Don't try and win a star, Councillor.
I emailed incognito.
Did you?
I don't tend to do a cast of 1,000 when I send my emails
Right,
out.
okay. Well, you get a silver star.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, so remember, please keep these high level. I'd like to go, so now we're on page 20, and these are macroscope for the final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'd like to go by exception. That would be really helpful. But I do welcome questions, but if we can try and keep them, questions perhaps like, if you moved the yellow line, would that be better, is not helpful in this situation. So I know you're all experienced now at high-level questions, but we'll, on process, yes?
Yes, yeah. Just double checking. Are we going through this one by one?
No. So how I intend to do it is the first councillor up for questions. If they say, I have a few questions on Bader Street, then we'll dispose of Bader Street with any other questions that members have and move that way. Rather than, if we try and do it now, like, anybody got a question on Bader, let me know, we'll never get there.
Deputy Mayor, just in terms of procedure when it comes to the vote, though.
I'm happy to do those separately.
Individually.
I think my radar will figure that out as we go. Yeah, cool. Happy to do that.
Question on process, Deputy Mayor. There's 7 projects listed, but some of the submitters talked about other projects, and then I note the 29th, the date has been floated. So are you accepting questions just on these 7 or on the whole?
Just on the report on the 7. You can take, if something else was raised, you can take that offline. The 29th of September date is when if we sign off whatever projects we sign off today, we have to have detailed design back to Waka Kotahi by the 29th of September.
So like for example, the Hukanui project that was raised, when would that discussion happen, or will it ever happen?
So that's already been signed off and that's happened. We signed that off last time. But if you do have questions of concern, I welcome them to staff after or outside of the meeting. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so Martin, do you want to present the report and then we'll just whack on into questions?
I'm not going to talk for too long. I just wanted to raise a point on page 106 of your agenda. There's a correction to be made. There's a table there about the loss of parking, and this is associated with Kalani Road upgrade. And the bottom paragraph in the table there, it talks about 26 to 13 spaces. It's actually 26 to 16. So I just wanted to clarify that point through the chair. Apart from that, I will take the report as read and happy to take questions from you here on in.
Questions on a project, and remember, keep them high level. Mayor Southgate, high level, please.
I'll ask,
if I haven't been clear.
I will ask questions as relevant to the report, if that's okay. Just in terms of, I've been around long enough to know that. But in terms of the project in Brooklyn Road, for starters, and I know you're going to say I'm getting down into the detail, but it is an important detail. That project has some excellent parts, but there is a part I'm really concerned about. So can you speak me through the shared footpath cycleway immediately outside the cafe and whether any alternatives were explored?
I am going to pass this one over to Kirsty Horridge, our Senior Urban Mobility Engineer, as it's a more technical question that she's been involved in.
So good question. So the shared path in front of the cafe specifically was seen as the best option because it provides direct access to the cafe. We are widening the path to provide both cycling and walking facilities through there. It wasn't seen as safe to keep the cyclists on road because of the approach to the roundabout, and the connections that most cyclists are currently taking are through the footpath as well.
Members, just to help you, I got staff to pop up some easy to orientate us slides as well, so we'll just get that going on to Brooklyn as the questions.
This speaks to my big, broad question before about if 85% of a project is fabulous, but that a little bit isn't, why can't the project proceed with an amended version? In this respect, the one that goes through the park, why couldn't we stop short of taking the cycleway all the way up to the roundabout until the next part, which is related to 5 Crossroads, etc., is is considered and designed.
So just to clarify, you're talking about stopping the cycle facility at the shared path or at the entrance to the Claudelands Park?
I'm
Or
not going
either.
to design the detail, but short of where it is now, so that it does not cause an adverse impact on a business that's been there for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, we have worked with Coffee Culture around this, and
I've been in touch with them as recently as 5 minutes ago.
So we want to provide that connection, I guess, right through there, right through to the cafe themselves. There's bike parking already at the corner of 5 Crossroads, so.
It's round the other side though, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's on the roundabout, so it's very close to where the raised pedestrian crossing is
Yeah,
now.
the bike parking's right outside the cafe. The cafe is a destination.
Yeah.
The cafe owners acknowledge that cyclists go there, so
I
it
get
is a
you.
destination.
I get you. I'm asking you, could the project not be proceed up until that shared pathway bit, or shy of having an impact on the cafe at this point in time, given that we're going to do further design over 5 Crossroads, etc.? So it is a high-level question.
I think through the chair, the question is around safety. If we left the cyclists short of where we are proposing to take them, the cyclists, we've given them a lovely facility up to that point, then they've got to get onto a footpath, which is quite narrow at the moment, share that with pedestrians, which is potentially unsafe, or cycle behind cars that are reversing out of angled car park spaces. And neither of those options is ideal.
I'm not suggesting that.
So what we've designed, and it's been through a safety audit process, is the safest option that we've currently got until we sort out the 5 Crossroads situation.
Yeah. And so is that footpath designed to have like a bit completely separated for cycleway and a footpath, or is it mixed in that you can ride anywhere on the footpath, including skirting right past the door?
So it will be basically marked as a shared path, so it will have the road marking.
Yeah, so it's just your standard share with care. You can wend your way any part of the footpath,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, and so what we've identified through the design as well is we don't want cyclists up near the Coffee Culture property. So we've identified locations where we can put street furniture or some planter boxes to shy cyclists away from there.
So they don't clash, cyclists don't clash with people coming out of the door of the coffee shop.
And how many parking spaces remain for the cafe? That I mean, I know they're happy to give up where the orange bit is, sort of thing.
Yeah, so directly outside the cafe at the moment there are 6 car parks, 5 car parks.
Yeah,
angled, yep. And we are taking that down to 3.
But we're putting some on the opposite.
Yeah, and so as part of the kind of initial conversation we've had with Coffee Culture, we're looking at 6 parallel parks outside McDonald's, which is shown on that southern blue section, which we're suggesting we time restrict so that it helps with that.
Going back to my broader question, if part of that project did not proceed, it could be picked up, could it be picked up in that next phase of dealing with 5 Crossroads, which is going to be a massive job for you guys?
It is a massive job.
It's the most complex roundabout in the city.
Looking forward to getting stuck into that one. But look, it comes back to my point earlier around safety. We're potentially providing a very high level of service for cyclists between the sort of Claudelands East project that we delivered last year and the Coffee Culture side of 5 Crossroads. But if we leave this very unsafe gap, that doesn't that puts a lot of cyclists in a high risk location. If we can get them safely off road on a widened shared path to a destination that is either Coffee Culture or any of the other shops in that area, then I think that's the best outcome for the project. I'd be really nervous about leaving cyclists either trying to use a very restricted path or trying to cycle behind angled car parks in that location.
I hear your view on it. I'm just trying
I'm
to
concerned about safety.
Yes, I hear that, and I'm deducing the facts around the timing of the project is all. Just, yep, do you want me to do a couple more or?
So, look, we need to be, yes.
I've just got a couple more.
A couple more on Brooklyn still?
No.
Oh, no. I want to dispose of Brooklyn first, because there might only be 3 or 4, and then everyone
Okay.
else says, no, good with that.
Cool.
So does anyone else have questions specifically on Brooklyn, questions that haven't been asked? And I will remind you that the chairperson understanding orders can terminate questions if they're going too long, can't they? And I'm not looking at you because you're naughty. I'm reminding us, because we will be here for hours. Brooklyn Road, Councillor Thompson? Brooklyn Road?
Try and not re-ask the same questions. I just wanting to get clarity. If we were to say, once people reach coffee culture, not take them past on a cycle lane, but essentially leaving them to use the footpath for that last few metres to get to the bike parks, would that mean we don't pass a safety audit to continue the project?
No, it wouldn't. I would be comfortable rerunning that design back through our partners at Waka Kotahi and having that conversation with them. I think it reduces the connectivity and it does put cyclists at risk. You kind of, whilst I understand the wish that they would get off their bike and walk to the bike parking, they may not actually do that. And with the footpath staying as it is, they're then putting pedestrians and coffee drinkers at risk, because then they won't have that extra width to at least provide separation.
I think it's also really important to point out even coffee culture themselves have acknowledged, and it's on attachment 5, already we witness near collisions regularly as cyclists travel at speed past the entrance as guests. So they're acknowledging there's an existing safety concern. Not doing anything obviously doesn't address that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe?
Clarify the new raised crossing outside the cafe. I'm assuming that the distance between that crossing and the exit from the roundabout hasn't been confirmed yet. It's just on the drawing, it looks really close to the exit.
Yes, so it is quite close to the roundabout. That's the desire line for people crossing. It's basically where the existing island is now. Yeah.
And so are we signing that off, or is that still to be
I think that's still a detail. What we're looking for today is macroscope approval for the project, not a detailed design sign-off.
Just to add to that as well, so the resolution is subject to a safe system audit. So if a safe system audit identified serious or significant safety concerns, we'd either have to remove or relocate that crossing. So we're not going to put something in that's unsafe. It would be against our Access Hamilton outcomes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important for us all actually to remember this is macro, so not into the detail, which is why I don't want questions on the detail. Councillor Hutt on Brooklyn?
5 Crossroads is a part of Eastern Pathways. I was wondering if you knew the time frame for us doing it as a part of Eastern Pathways and how we were funding Eastern Pathways, ideally that bit.
Correct, through the chair, correct, Councillor Hart. It is part of Eastern Pathways Scorelink. It does sit further out than the other sections because in the business case we made a commitment and it was agreed at council that that this section of the project or program would be treated on its own because of its complexity, and it would need a secondary investigation. We'd be looking to do the secondary investigation as part of the next LTP process, LTP program.
But like first 3 years of the next LTP?
Oh, within 3 years, yes. We need to be having those conversations and looking at some potential designs, but delivery, I can't tell you.
I'll be 50, 60?
I can't tell you. There's so much other stuff going on in that area, as you know, as a council, that we need to be mindful of. It's not just about transport.
Is there any risk, though, that what we do here right now will constrain us when we do come to it later? Or will this only ever be an improvement? Does this tie our hands too much doing this project?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. And look, we know that the roundabout is likely to change from a roundabout or something else. We don't know exactly what that will be. But what you approved today will not impact on
the options
for Five Crossroads. No.
Thank you. That was all.
No, I'm waiting for,
Looks like that's all from Brooklyn. So, and yes, members, please have confidence. I will do these separately if that's the wish. Okay, so Councillor Tauriki, what's your one on?
River Road.
Project 20, River Road, yep. Okay.
It's my understanding that if we remove trees, then we should replace them. And in the report, it says it will only replace the trees if there's budget. To me, that is a very negative message around us upholding our environmental responsibilities. And so on page 128 in the last, paragraph 2, you talk about trees and the removal of non-indigenous trees or non-protected, trees.
Is there a question coming?
Yeah, the question is why are we not going to replace them anyway?
Good question.
So we've worked really hard on the tree issue because there's a lot of trees down there and we want to work around them as much as possible. So what we're doing through the refinement of the detailed design is trying to keep as many trees as possible, and that number keeps getting better and better each day. We have allowed for tree replacement in the schedule at this time, so they are included in the overall budget, which we're having priced as we speak.
Just through the chair, just to clarify that, this report was written 3 weeks ago. It's a really fast-moving program. Things are changing daily. So, yeah, can't wait.
Okay, is there any others on River Road? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks. Chair. Yeah, the footpath on River Road is one thing, and obviously I'm quite supportive of that. My question is, could that not go ahead without having to plonk 2 raised signalised crossings on River Road, which I note the emergency services have objected to as well? It seems over the top, is it not?
So when we first started looking at this project, we did look at all the crossings and where those crossings could go and what was appropriate and what wasn't. So the 2 locations that have been chosen are due to expected demand. So the one near Glenlyn, we're expecting people to be crossing there as Glenlyn is a feeder route, not only for pedestrians walking to the river, but also for people using the bus stops in the local area. Our, safety preference is to have them raised. It's they're mid-block. The speed along River Road is higher than posted, so we want that speed of cars to be slower than currently, and having those mid-blocks makes that safer for pedestrians.
So the question, though, thank you for that. The question that Councillor Taylor is asking is, could this go ahead with just the footpath and not the raised platforms, the 2 signalised raised platforms? Could the project continue?
I think this. Oh, did you want to say something on that, Peter?
Yeah, I guess the answer to that probably is that it's difficult to get to the footpath without the crossings. So the benefits that the footpath provides on the other side probably aren't likely to be realised if there's not a safe way to get from one side to the other. If the question is about whether they should exist as opposed to the type of crossing that's being put in.
Just a very quick follow-up question. Do we not place any importance on the emergency services concerns about this?
Look, we do, and we consult with the emergency services a lot on all of our transport projects, and they are a key stakeholder for us. So their feedback is extremely important, and you'll see that we actually have recommended one of the projects to be removed today because of, you know, the feedback and the discussions we've been having, with, particularly with FENS. When you look at the potential delays from these types of facilities along a corridor, overall journey time, that's actually quite low. We can design these raised platforms with shallower gradients of ramps, so they don't have such an impact on fire appliances and ambulances. Matt, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, so just in terms of some of the specifics of what they raised, a lot of it was around safety and the corners and visibility and that sort of thing. So the attachment speaks to the assessment that Tonkin and Taylor did, identifying that the sight lines are sufficient, and we have the Safe System audit, which also hasn't raised any serious or significant safety concerns. So we've heard what they've said, and the evidence we've got doesn't support their concerns. So on that basis, the team are comfortable proceeding with the project. But we have heard what they've said.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor Southgate?
Oh, thank you. I was just looking for the diagram again, just in terms of the footpath which goes up to Kirikiriroa Culvert, that last bit that kind of is the path to nowhere because it goes past any, and I hear the questions about the raised platforms. It goes past the raised platform. Why do we need to extend it up to the culvert, the bridge, the narrow bridge? Because we can't put it across the bridge, can we?
Yeah, so there is a footpath that goes up that side, or
On
across the bridge.
On the left-hand side. So
Yeah.
it doesn't show on your diagram that it's connected, so it's connected,
Yeah, it is
right?
connected, yeah. The other thing is that we're putting the raised crossing up there because in time, and we're sort of future-proofing this area, we want to put a new cycle facility bridge across Kirikiriroa Stream on the other side of the road. And so cyclists, to get them to cross over River Road to avoid them going northbound across the existing bridge, which is quite dangerous, it's really tight. We want to get the cyclists safely across onto this new facility that we'd like to build in the next LTP that will then link up to the Wairiri Drive underpass area. So it's looking at the bigger picture in this area for future walking and cycling.
You've got two humps, two traffic calming measures, are both required, or because that is like Jeff says, you've got emergency traffic coming, they've got to slow down, speed up, slow down, speed up.
Yes, we've got two crossings. They're quite far apart. So the distance between the two is quite considerable for emergency services to obviously continue their journey at speed.
I think the other thing to add here is that we've got a raised signalised crossing on River Road already down by O'Neill Street, so we've got data from that to understand what the impact is. So just reading from the attachment, the analysis that we've done on that in terms of before and after is that there's been an 11-second increase in travel time during the morning peak hour traffic and a 3-second increase in travel time during the afternoon. So that gives you an indication of what the impact
No, I was just
could
referring
potentially be.
especially to emergency vehicles, that's all.
Yeah. All right, Councillor Hutt, River Road?
I have one question on River Road and then I have a bunch of general questions. Do you want me to save the general questions?
Save the general ones,
Okay.
yeah.
My understanding was that River Road came about due to our footpath plan as laid out in the district plan.
Through the chair, our district plan states that for residential collectors we should have a footpath on both sides of the road, and that's really, and we did an assessment of missing footpath links around the city. This is one that's been sitting on the programme for a number of years. Opportunity to have it 100% funded by somebody else.
What's the consequence if we keep being in like breach of our own district plan? Do we get in trouble with ourselves? Like, or does this like perpetually just stay on the list of things we need to do? Yeah, well,
Well, we're telling developers what they're required to do through the district plan requirements. That's the only thing I'll probably say on it.
So we become hypocrites, yeah. Okay. That's what I said, not what you said.
Thank you. All right, that looks like all the questions on that one. Any of the others? It's first in, first served to raise the item. Any of the others? Councillor Pike, which project? Vader, yep.
Thank you. Just in response to the community feedback around the removal of the median strip, what designs have, or what considerations have been made to account for people to safely come in and out of that?
So through design refinements, we've actually put back the median strip.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
wonderful. That's great news.
So the most, oh yeah, you can see it up there. I don't know if that
cool.
plan has made it into the report, but yeah, we
Not
have re-included the median strip.
Yay,
there.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
The Rifle Range Road, Chair. Thank you. Look, lots of sympathy for this project because there are so many schools involved. I'm just concerned about, I just want reassurance about the amount of car parking that's disappearing and what impact that would have come school pickup times, and if we've considered that and allowed for that. Thank you.
But most certainly, Kirsty's probably got the technical detail on this, but look, we've done parking surveys down there, off-peak and peak time. We count the school pickup period in the afternoon as the peak, because that's when most people are parking in that area. Even at the peak, we're only getting 50% occupancy of use of spaces in that area at the peak. So, and that's mainly associated with, I believe, the Frankton School. St Columbus is slightly different because all its pick-up and drop-off area is within the school grounds itself. So, yeah, it's mainly associated with Frankton. But there's still plenty of capacity in the parking spaces that are going to be left at the end of this project.
And I'll just add to that, that we've also focused where we've kept the parking outside Frankton School and outside Swarbrick Park to ensure that we're still providing that facility for parents that are picking up their kids.
Thank you. A very quick supplementary question. So in terms of safety at pick-up and drop-off times, you are confident that this is not going to cause any safety issues?
We've been through the safety audit, a robust process, and we've dealt with all the issues that are raised in that and tweaked the designs accordingly. We're comfortable it's going to be safe. We're comfortable with the fact if we get more kids walking and cycling to school, it's going to be even safer.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any more on Rifle Range? Okay, great. Awesome work, team. Councillor Bidder, what's your one on?
Rivoli, thanks.
Rivoli?
Chair.
Great, thank you.
And for reference, page 36. This will also apply to other projects. Sightlines for reversing out of driveways when the cycleway is put sort of hard up against the residential boundary. Consideration of the safety issues, so, can you comment on that? Because it strikes me as potentially dangerous for cyclists going fast, and it is hard looking over your shoulder when you're reversing.
Yep, I can speak to that. So I guess on Rivoli we have had the safety assessment done as well, and there are no significant issues that have come back. With that said, what we do is we follow Waka Kotahi's best practice on marking those driveways to ensure that people that are reversing or reversing in, reversing out are aware that they could have cyclists coming through. We have tweaked this design specifically through Rivoli Road to ensure that we are keeping car parking kind of as it is at the moment. So that has slightly moved the cyclists further towards the boundary, but we're still comfortable that it's not going to be a significant safety issue.
Thank you.
I just add to that through the chair that we will do a sort of a safety campaign with local residents when this is built. So, you know, just informing them of the changes that are coming up and what they should expect from the project. I did a similar exercise when I worked in Taronga, which was very successful in a similar situation to this. And once residents know what they to expect, they adjust their driving behaviour accordingly.
Right. Is there a possibility to also educate the cyclists to be aware that this is a risk, particularly school kids?
Yes, I mean, we run a lot of education campaigns through our transport education team, so that's something we can pick up as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any others on Riverlea? Mayor Southgate?
In terms of the Riverlea and the Hudson and all of that connect, how many raised platforms are there? Because it just seems to have a disproportionate amount of raised platforms, and can you explain to me why so many are required, please?
Yeah, I can take that question. So the number of, I guess, raised platforms and traffic calming features that we've put up on screen follows best practice from Waka Kotahi to have them anywhere between 80 metres and 120 metres apart, and that really kind of reinforces that slow speed environment. Whereas if you have them spaced further apart, people kind of slow down, speed up, slow down, speed up. The area already is a 40k posted speed limit, so we are just kind of reinforcing the posted speed limit through the area. So there are, from memory, 6 raised safety platforms. Majority of them are around intersections, and then 2 chicane traffic calming features as well.
Yeah, it's a lot. Just in terms of, we had the lack of a technical word, we had the humpy ones that were quite budum. We've tried, that's my technical term, budum. We've this flatter profile ones that are smoother to ride over. What sort of ones are proposed for here?
So we are looking at the flatter ones. The flatter ones can be more difficult to put in because they do need to obviously fit between driveways, and some of that space is sometimes limited. But where we can, we're looking at a slightly flatter design, and that's really because there's a bus that runs through here, and we want to make sure that the bus passengers are not being thrown about, especially as they're alighting and tagging off.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yep, no, well, you can be first up then because there's nothing else on the list. So we've got Beta, Killarney and Frankton left. Sorry, no, we've got Killarney and Frankton left.
Killarney Road,
Killarney,
just want
yep,
to
and then
talk
general.
about that one. We've heard from submitters around that. And there again, my view on preferring separated cycle lanes as opposed to along main complicated streets. But in terms of this, the rationale for what you're doing along an industrial area with so many congested driveways and in and out traffic is, how are you going to manage the risk of what, for example, I think the gentleman from Hamilton panel spoke around, how are you going to manage the risk of the continuous in and out of driveways that goes on along that street all day?
I'll have a speak first, then I'll pass over to Kirsty and Matt. I mean, currently we've got marked cycle lanes along Killarney Road. We've got cyclists using Killarney Road. So council's already acknowledged that they want cyclists in this location, and
Council has?
Council has. Well, it's agreed to have cycle lanes on the road. It's in our bylaw, so it's been approved by some process within this room.
Quite old, those cycle lanes, aren't they?
Yeah, so look, they're official cycle lanes, they're being used. What we're trying to do is make the situation safer for cyclists and hopefully encourage more cyclists to use that corridor. I mean, it's in our biking and micromobility network plan. It was in the business case as one of our strategic routes. Now we're getting down to the details. We need to try and make it safer for current users, but also encourage new users to the route as well. And that's what the business case has been all about. From a technical side, we've worked very closely with the businesses to understand how they operate so we can make it as safe as possible, not just for the road users, but also for people that are coming to and from the businesses themselves, the workers, the visitors as well, and the service deliveries, that type of thing. So we feel what we're delivering here, and again, it's been through a very robust safety audit process, is the safest option to get people through this quite complex part of our network. There are a lot of challenges. It is busy, as you say, but we feel that protecting cyclists hit through here is key. It's the best route that links up with the wider cycling network, particularly the Western Rail Trail, which is a fantastic facility that's, you know, been there for the last sort of 5 years or so.
Oh, I love the Western
and is
Rail Trail.
reasonably well used, but I think it's underused as a facility because it's difficult to get to. So these projects are linking into that, and we should see, once they're built and other bits of the network are built, more use of that. Now, I'll pass over to Kirsty to talk about the more technical points of this.
Yeah, and so picking up on that, I hear you, and I love the Western Rail Train, love.
Yeah.
Nothing to, just in terms of that though, is there any best practice around cycleways that we know of that go through industrial commercial areas? This is an industrial commercial area. It's a really complex transport environment. It really is. It's not your average road, right? So is there anything we know or have learned from other cities or other places relating to the way that you do this to manage the interface between what is going to remain a high transport route and bikes?
Yep. So we do have best practice from other cities. So Tauranga City Council have done something similar down to Totara Road, I think it's called, and over in Mount Maunganui in their kind of industrial area. And Christchurch have done similar projects as well. I guess on the overall safety, I know you haven't all seen this slide, but just to kind of highlight the safety rating, that the existing network has about a rating of 150 out of 448, and the after is 101. That includes all users, so that includes vehicles, that includes pedestrians, that includes cyclists, that includes driveways and intersection use. So the kind of third-party assessment is that this will be a safer improvement. In terms of reversing out of driveways, what we would, if that's happening now, then they're basically reversing over the footpath, through parking and over a cycle lane existing. So really what we're expecting them to do now in this proposed design isn't really much different. They're still reversing over a footpath, they're still reversing over a cycleway, and then they're reversing through parking. So if they're using their current process, which, if you're looking at it from a safety point of view, I'd assume maybe a spotter is used if they've got trucks reversing without cameras. That process can still happen. And we're also looking at putting in kind of safety measures to ensure that the speed as they turn into driveways is slow, so they can look both ways, look for cyclists. And one other key piece in here is because we've got both movements happening on one side, on the northern side, it actually makes the cycleway so much wider that if there is a point of a possible conflict, there's much more room for a cyclist to swerve, there's much more room for a truck being able to stop.
If I may, the result of the project is a net uplift in safety, but no system is perfect, but there is a net uplift in safety as a result of this project.
Yeah. High level question in terms of that, Andrew, since you've raised that. That's good to hear. In terms of where we're heading with cycling, what thinking is done around the routes you pick in terms of preference for the cyclists? Because some roads are easier to get that net safety from than others.
So there was a considerable amount of work done as part of the biking and micromobility business case, going to the communities, talking to the communities about their preferences for routes. From that, we then did all the cycle modelling, which told us what routes were going to be the ones that will see a significant uptake in cycling. So there's a really robust piece of work that sits behind this.
I get that, and I know about the cycling preferences, but in some respect, some other cities push cyclists to better routes regardless. They may want to be on one or another. What sort of thinking was done around determining the most safe and effective route for cyclists?
We're not blessed with many options, to be honest with you. And you heard of, I think one of the speakers talked about the choice between Massey Street and Kalani Road. It's flipping a coin really, isn't it? both of them are pretty ugly.
I wouldn't ride
But
that one.
the pretty of the two is probably Killarney, I've got to be honest. And that's the route that people seem to be wanting to use in the future.
Just to speak to that, the challenge is the rail line. So there's very limited ways to cross the rail line. The alternative of taking cycling off Killarney is effectively to build an additional overbridge over the rail line, which would cost way more than this and take much longer. So by grouping...
Be better, though, potentially be much better.
Keep to really concise questions.
Yeah, so the benefits of having the dual
me, Peter.
cycleway on one side with Killarney means that cyclists are in one place.
We'll just pause on that and just pick up with the question with the Mayor.
Pardon?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Mayor Paul?
Oh, it was about route preference, and I guess how the balance is struck between determining where, obviously cyclists want to go the most direct route if they can, but they might not always be able to. And is there any better thinking around pushing cyclists to safer routes, where we can deliver safer, where we can deliver a really good outcome?
The challenge today is macroscope approval for set projects. I suspect the question you're raising is probably relates to a broader Access Hamilton question.
Yeah. That is probably.
We won't get through this item before lunch. I've been alerted that there's an amendment, and we've still got, we've already done 23 questions, committee members, and we've still got Frankton, if anyone has any questions on that, to go. So I'm going to call it, and we're going to stop for lunch now, and we're going to come back, and the staff, governance needs to reset some equipment anyway. So we're going to come back at 1:20. Thank you. We had a lovely lunch and I learned an awful lot about rugby league that I didn't want to learn. Okay. So there are a few general questions remaining that Councillor Hutt has. Councillor Hutt, I can hand over to you, and then what I'll do is just test the room again and how we want, whether we want to vote separately, and we'll do those rapid fire and then debate at the end, or what we're comfortable with. Councillor Hutt, and I've got an amendment for Brooklyn Road, but Councillor Hutt.
Just some, I guess, mostly update questions between when the report was written and now. So how many items that were awaiting a safety audit have now had one completed?
So all the sites have had a safety audit. Brooklyn Road only came in today, so I haven't had chance to really go through it in detail. But every project has now been safety audited across the program.
And they all passed?
Yeah, it's never really a pass-fail situation, but there's nothing kind of major that we haven't already identified, and there's kind of design elements we can tweak to satisfy that.
Are there any that you're going to resubmit with tweaks? From the grade you've got so far?
No.
Okay.
No.
How many of the projects in general were changed due to community feedback? Because it seemed like a lot of them, but I was wondering if you could say like 70% or...
So Brooklyn Road had a change due to the feedback based off Kalani, Beta, Riverlea, Lake Commerce.
I'm going to say over 50%.
Yeah.
And I noted that I saw 2 projects that were not recommended to proceed. Thackeray and, is it Upper Kent? Those are the only 2 recommended not to proceed by staff?
Thackeray is a standalone project which we're recommending to be pulled from the programme.
Yeah.
Upper Kent Street is a portion or a component of the Frankton Lake.
Yeah.
Whatever, I can't remember the title of the project.
That project.
Yes,
Yep.
the last one we're talking about today. So yes, yep.
Okay. And both of those being changed or pulled were due to like feedback from stakeholders?
That's correct, yeah. Spent a lot of time, particularly with fans, talking about Thackeray Street.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Those are all my questions. Believe it or not.
Good, thank you. Ms Southgate?
There's nothing stopping us, the question, is there anything stopping us from I am putting an amendment to one, but is there anything legitimately stopping us doing amendments since you originally proposed 2 projects that you pulled completely? I would imagine you can also adapt some projects.
We can do minor amendments, but they've got to still satisfy safety audit processes and Waka Kotahi processes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, look, that's all the questions. Now, just testing the room again. Are there... I've got an amendment for Brooklyn Road. Ms Southgate, are you indicating an amendment for a different one?
I sent you and Mish one, actually. Sorry.
Oh, so that's Brooklyn as well?
That's just Brooklyn.
Okay, so I already have one for Brooklyn, so there's another one for Brooklyn. All right. And are there any others? There are no others. So, committee members, do you still want to go? Can we do a suite and then Brooklyn separately, or do you really want to have them individual? Yeah, yeah.
Even
I'm
just
double
quickly.
testing. Yep. Okay. All right. No, I'm really comfortable doing it that way. we'll do a rapid fire of them. So we will debate at the end. Councillor Thompson, I'll leave Brooklyn till the end. So let's just get rid of the first few. So we'll.
So just one debate for all.
Otherwise, we're there's seven.
just
There's 9
clarifying.
debates. Yeah. So and you can pick any project to debate on. Let's do it that way.
And then vote separately.
Well, no, look, we're going to be here, it's 9, there are 9 items and we're going to do them separately. So if we debate on 9 things, yeah, yeah, we can do that, right? We can have a debate on, I'd rather not, but it's up to members. Do you want, no, no? Well, you might not want to speak on all of the projects, you might want to speak on...
Someone
Okay, so there's a division in the room. I'm not going to make a call. If we'll do this on the vote then. And what do you need if you? This is standing orders, right? So 75%. If you want to move to 3 minutes.
We won't need the 75% only because we're not doing this as a permanent one. We're doing this as a single item.
So those that want a 3 minutes, yep. All right, let's just do that on the show of hands. 3 minute debate.
And those dissenting?
I'm a fan of concise.
The motion to extend the debate is carried. Can I just note that dissenting was Deputy Mayor Angela, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Anna, Councillor Moko, and I missed somebody. Mangai Norm and Councillor Malena. Thank you so much.
Cool. All right, let's go. Do you want these electronically? Probably better, eh?
It would be ideal.
All right, let's do project 1. Oh, so we'll do this with receives the report. B, so we're on page 20 of Diligent. Notes improve and improves the removal of the Thackeray Street project, subject to safety audits. So we're going to do those with project 1, which is the Bader Street connection to River Path and Hospital. So let's use the voting board. No, we're going to debate at the end. I said rapid fire voting and then we'll debate, you can debate on any project at the end, which is probably going to be your one.
To change anyone's mind through eloquent and well thought out debate.
Okay. All right. Shall we do receives the report, notes, blah, 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 subject to, do A, B and C and debate. And then do the, yep, okay, let's do that. All right, so A, B. Have you
tested, Madam Chair, which ones there is no debate? That there are no...
No, more people are comfortable doing them, voting separately, so that's what we'll stick to. All right, so we're going to receive the report, note and approve the removal of the Thackeray Street project, subject to... Yeah, that makes it messy, doesn't it? Can we tidy that up? Subject to the outcome of safe system audits, approves the macro scope of the...
Project 1, Bader Street connections to the River Path and Hospital.
So we're doing that each time?
It's all right, it's just in the word.
So we're doing A, B, C and then a project each time?
We'll be able to do A and B once.
Okay, all right, okay. A and B once and project 1 Bader Street. So even though this is Bader Street, we're going to debate now on all of the projects, maybe then except for one that has an amendment. That sounds fair, doesn't it? Okay, all right.
Individual ones within the mix.
Yes,
yep. Perfect.
yes, yeah. All right, so we'll open it up for debate, even all of them excluding Brooklyn Road because we have an amendment. So you can debate on Bader, Killarney, Frankton, Rifle Range, River Road, or as a holistic general view of surf projects. So look, I'll move it to make it easy. Seconded by Councillor Hutt. All right. Look, I'll be super quick here. For me, the SURF projects are about connecting the holes in our network, and we heard that through public submissions today. It's about improving our PT services, about improving PT amenities for vulnerable users, and this is an opportunity, the final opportunity of our suite of projects of 33 million of external funding. So I want to take a look at this through a positive lens, and I thank Waka Kotahi for that opportunity. And I just leave with this quick comment that New Zealand spends around $5 billion a year on transport as a country, and only 1.7 on walking and cycling, and 17% on PT. So I am very grateful for the opportunity that this funding has given our council and our city to build a connected network that we would not have had previously. Thank you. As the seconder, Councillor Hutt. And you have 3 minutes, yep.
I have been so grateful for this fund. I know that not everyone likes it, and that's okay. But if I could change what the biggest contributor to our emissions were, I would, to something less contentious or something easier for the community to get involved with. But it's not. We live in this world, not my imaginary world I'd like, but that's okay. I think back, though, to when I wasn't on council and when I wanted us to be doing climate action, and I think about the version I was then, and would I criticise us now? And, you know, put that member of the public hat on. And I was really thinking, you know, last night when I was reflecting on this, actually, no, I wouldn't. I would be congratulating us as, you know, perhaps past me wouldn't have said it that strongly. But, you know, this is real climate action. This is as strategic as it gets. The government is funding 90% of it in most cases, which is just, maybe this is the best version of this, actually. I want to really congratulate our staff, though, on just how strongly they've worked with the community. I know that it's hard to go into areas that haven't always felt loved by council and kind of say to them, hey, we're going to do this thing, it's going to be great. And, you know, sometimes people have mixed feelings about that because they don't have a good relationship with council in general. But to know that over 50% of our projects were changed due to community feedback, I think highlights the desire for us to collaborate with our community. And I think back to this Waka Kotahi stat from 2019, that if infrastructure was improved, 63% of non-cyclists were open to start cycling and 56% of cyclists were open to cycling more. We know that safe infrastructure is the problem. I could cite, you know, 3, 4, 5 other surveys and pieces of research that say very, very similar things. I was also reflecting on how nearly 40,000 people used the Western Rail Trail in the first 3 months when it was opened. And we're looking at putting in other great pieces of infrastructure that I'm sure will be as successful. We know this stuff works. We know people want it. You just have to listen to Public Forum today about how much it means to people to be safe in their city and to have a choice that reflects where they want to spend their money, and it's not necessarily at the petrol pump. So I'm tremendously excited for all of these projects. I'm going to not say anything about a specific one because I love them all dearly. But I do think there's so many great things coming, and I'm just excited for us to get on and do it.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. Although we'll have an opportunity to vote individually, in general, this is a significant and worthwhile envelope of funding. It's unprecedented. Absolutely, in local government context, it's unprecedented. And the level of co-funding is unprecedented. I don't think we'll ever again see a 90% funding contribution as we have seen here. I am mindful that one of the barriers we will have is our ability to deliver each and every one of those projects, but I have faith that staff will do their very best. I'm also minded to remind us that, in fact, the funding envelope isn't guaranteed. We heard today that it was oversubscribed. We heard today that some projects will not proceed, and so we should prepare ourselves that some of them will not go through. But compared to the fact that we would not have been able to fund this level of investment if we hadn't had access to this envelope, we should celebrate. I have to remind colleagues that having come off the back of this significant spending, prepare yourself for the LTP and the inability to invest in additional multimodal transport initiatives in the next 5 years, because we're running out of money rapidly. But we should celebrate the significant investment. In terms of the public forum today, look, there is no doubt that whenever one of these issues is raised, we get people in to speak in favour of public transport and multimodal. But my experience tells me that that's not necessarily a broader community reflective stance. It is a well-mobilised group of individuals that are encouraged to come along and voice their viewpoint. And in this particular position, it probably doesn't really matter in the finer elements, because central government, through its levy of polluters, are funding 90%. So we should take those funds and we should invest them. But again, I just highlight that this is not going to be the norm going forward, and that I will certainly be debating each issue in the LTP, which will have to stand up on its merits. But this particular envelope is worth the investment of co-funding of just under $4 million for $30-odd million in return.
Austin? Look, there's no doubting that I'm a huge supporter of these projects, and being a part of Access Hamilton has been really helpful to be able to understand the complexities of it and to be able to work through those complexities and explore other options that might be possible. It's always the possible that is the exciting part, because you can then have the opportunity to bring people along with you. None of these projects have been plucked out of the blue from anywhere. They are and have been known well in advance through our projects and plans, our biking and micromobility business case, modelling that's been done, years of feedback actually that we've all had from cycling advocates and others actually, our disability sector and individuals who bring their cases to us. All of these things have been known and are on a huge list somewhere. So we all know what the opportunities are and have had the opportunity to participate through this process as well. We've gone out and we've consulted really widely on any number of these projects, and I commend staff for the huge amount of work that's been involved in doing that. Door knocking, letter delivery, organising public meetings for residents and others to be able to talk about it, and all of that gives you residents an opportunity to understand the projects better and to get on board, and also to be able to give their feedback. And by doing that, we've asked the questions, we've listened, and we've made amendments where it's been possible and where there has been objections. But change is hard for people, and it's not always the people who are accepting of the change that we're hearing from. Sometimes it's those really loud voices that hold ingrained objections. So, and that's a problem. But we can't be listening to just the one or two dissenters. We have to be thinking about that really big picture and the opportunity that these projects give us. We're really blessed that the funding for these projects is largely covered by Waka Kotahi and through that specific fund. And the other option, of course, is that we pay for it and we take the chance that Waka Kotahi will come on board with a 50%. And that's a whole lot worse of a situation in my mind. I'm really excited that we've got the opportunity to advance our ambitious 10 to 15 years worth of projects in just 2, and so I'll be supporting wholeheartedly the bulk of the projects. Thank you. Right on time.
Councillor, well done. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, okay, look, some of these projects I support. I like the Beta one. I think that's going to do some good, and the Rifle Range Road one, with its proximity to schools, I'm keen to see that go ahead. I think that'll do good things. I'd worry about the parking, but I'm putting that to one side. And the Frankton Lake Domain and Riverlea as well. So there's ones that I support there. There's a few that have got concerns from businesses. And in these sorts of situations, I tend to listen very hard to the businesses and generally side with them, because these are people who are trying to make a living. There's a lot at stake, and sometimes I feel like we're kind of dicking with their futures. It's not a great word, I'm afraid. We're messing with their futures. And apologies for that. And there's also some projects here that I like, but they seem to come with a cast of thousands of raised platforms alongside them, and that's costing my support for a few of these. Because I think the more, in my view, it's overdone, and the more you lace projects like these with a whole lot of raised platforms and signalised traffic things to slow down traffic, I think it makes it harder to get these projects through in the future, because you start to, if you're not careful, you start to get a bit of fatigue from residents. They're already getting countless traffic interventions on their streets. You're already pushing their tolerance levels, and justifiably some of them are pushing back. So I just warn against, sometimes I think you just keep it simple. And the perfect example, which is going to cost my support for the River Road walkway, is it comes with these 2 raised signalised stops, and it's unnecessary on River Road, and it's going to be a pain in the backside, and emergency services don't support it. I've got a problem with the Kalani Road one. If you've got 10 businesses with genuine concerns there and a loss of car parks, and you've got concerns from emergency services as well, something about that Kalani Road one is just counterintuitive to me. I just really battle with it. Again, I have concerns with the Brooklyn Road one as well. I have concerns with getting in the way of businesses there. But on the whole, as I say, there's some good work in here, and I'm not bloody minded about it. I want these things to go ahead, but I'm also aware that we're having a lot of speed restrictions imposed on the city, and it sometimes feels like we've got a kind of slow strangulation of our network occurring. You've got speech management plan, then you've got low cost, low risk things on Waka Kotahi, then you've got surf. There's a lot going in there, and sometimes I would just like to see us put in some of these things without all the bells and whistles to slow traffic. But certainly I'll support a good number of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity we have had to go through even a portion of these projects today and take a deeper dive, as I think it is important that we're taking a hard look at them and ensuring we are meeting the criteria and achieving and testing that. I know we're not singling out our favourites, as Councillor Hutt alludes to, but I did want to praise staff for considering community feedback as they have in the Beta Street project by retaining the median strip to ensure that people can pull out safely into the angle parking. Because Beta is in my hood and I drive through it frequently, and it can be a hectic area with cars, pulling U-turns at the last minute. So I appreciate the need for providing a safer option for cyclists to get past. And even just last weekend, I saw 3 young children hovering in the middle of the road, and they nearly got hit by passing cars. And I think this design will successfully deliver safer outcomes for them. I also just want to thank staff for their work on putting together these proposals and the funding application. I think there's some really great projects here, and there is an opportunity to support multi-transport options, and it's exciting to potentially receive this funding and enable the city to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Let me be really clear. I want more safe cycling and walking in our city. Regarding the list of projects, I do not consider that in all cases the detail is right. I do appreciate staff for the very big piece of work that's gone behind it. It's a hard piece of work, and you've had to work at pace. As someone who loves community-led change, however, I believe that this did not occur as well as it could have. There are indeed not enough safe separated cycleways. We agree with that. So some of these projects, in my view, are clear wins, as the other speakers have said. But not all roads are right for this type of work. A huge financial carrot was dangled in front of our nose with a very short time frame. So we grabbed it with both hands. But in doing so, I think, we have not landed in all instances with the very best results for that. Now, I know if I oppose, according to some, if I oppose any piece of cycleway anywhere, I will be anti-bike, anti-climate action. Not so. Not so. If you support any on-road cycleway traffic calming measure, you are trying to force people from their cars. Also, not so. Neither of those propositions is correct. I love some of these projects. I love some of these projects. I love the Western Rail Trail, by the way. I love the Ruakura to Puketi on Wairere Drive. I love the one that's proposed here for through the Lake Domain, and a lot of other bits. In fact, I particularly, it's no surprise to anyone that I err in favour of off-road cycleways wherever we can get them, because I think those are the gold star standard. I support transport choice. I wish I could support all of the projects today, because I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I've been a bit frustrated at the inability at this stage to kind of make tweaks, but I hope one of them that I'm proposing might fly. Some of these projects need some more work. Kalani certainly needs some more work in my view, and I do sometimes struggle as a person to why we want to put cycleways down some of our most complicated, conflicted transport routes. I know cyclists would like to go the quickest route everywhere, but sometimes the risk is there because of the way we go. I know that some parts of the community will spin whatever I say today in favour of their proposition or their position, but let me be clear to finish. We must act to provide better cycling and walking choices, but in good conscience, some of the proposals here today need a tweak and a rethink. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. E-bikes have reinvigorated my cycling career. So having grown up cycling, been a student in central Auckland, cycling on those death roads and enjoying it immensely, the adrenaline rush at the end of it, I'd long since given that up, but now I might actually be able to reach my destination without dying of exhaustion. Except when it rains, or when it's frosty or foggy, or even midday in the middle of summer when it's too hot, or when I'm doing the groceries, or when I've got my building tools, or I've got a destination that is too far away. So while I look forward to using these projects, it's a very, very small win. For my mum, 83, she's not going to be getting on a cycle, even with the fancy new technology. So this doesn't do anything for her or many other Hamiltonians. Some of these projects do absolutely nothing for emissions. In fact, slowing the cars down, I think, makes it worse. Some of these projects do absolutely nothing for safety. In fact, some of them, I think, with reversing out of driveways, makes it worse. So this is, we're looking at very, very small wins out of all of this. Balanced against that is some losses for cars. Yes, there's very small losses with some maybe 1 or 2 seconds over each raised crossing. But when you've got 6 raised crossings on the Riverlea part in a 40 kilometre per hour area, it doesn't make any sense. It is an inconvenience for every driver, balanced against an occasional convenience for a handful of cyclists. So I do see very, very small win balanced against a small loss. And I find it hard to justify some of these projects. I also can't understand how some green and blue paint costs so much. That's it.
Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. I'll speak to the SURF package as a whole, and I understand that a lot of work has gone into this over the last few months, but to be honest, I actually feel a bit disappointed with the process that's gone on. I feel that engagement on each project has been inconsistent, and we have heard that earlier today as well. For some projects, it was informing it was happening, and other projects, it was let's hear what the community has to say about it. And what we've ended up is with a mixed bag of consultation. And when I think of projects where you've got thousands of users per day, we haven't actually had those conversations. So there is a risk that this will blow up in our faces, and that's just the reality of it. Majority of these projects, great ideas. And I think that where we might have missed the boat is on the design elements, because we haven't had those conversations. I understand that we've been working to time pressures and deadlines, which is, I think, the essence of the problem. That is the problem. We have been pressured into making these decisions, and I don't know if they have been made robustly enough. I don't think we've discussed it properly. So I will be supporting most of these projects, but yeah, I do feel pressured. I think the community feels pressured, and I think we will hear a lot about it in the next 6 to 8 months. And like Mayor Paula mentioned, for saying this, I am expecting some emails and comments and messages. I'm not anti-cyclist at all. I am pro-safety, and that is exactly the theme we heard from our speakers this morning. Every single person touched on safety, and the safest thing I can see is taking cycle lanes away from roads. That's the only way I would let my own children on a bike. So yes, I'm expecting those emails and those comments, and just so it's public knowledge, I intend on sharing those comments, especially if they are of a personal nature, because I think that these people need to be called out. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Just quickly, I will be supporting the suite of projects, and just want to acknowledge the work that staff do in terms of, as Councillor Max said, achieving compromise between different perspectives on these projects. That it has been a short time frame, and that wasn't up to us. But I think these projects are, as has already been highlighted, ambitious and also transformational. So definitely in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mangai Hill.
So just a quick statement. If you've always done what you always do, you're going to get what you've always got. And you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. And I'd like to acknowledge the debate, and it's really opened my consideration around where I land with regards to the outcome here. One of the litmus tests that I have is my daughter, who's 15 years old, and every time she comes here to Kirikiriro, all she wants to do is bike and scooter, and so I've got 2 bikes and 2 e-scooters, for my kids to socialise. She finds it really safe when she comes home, happy and joyful, socialising with her friends, that here in Kirikiriro we're being leaderful in our thinking and leaderful in our design and leaderful in our overall ethics of looking after our people. One of the key considerations for me is that I believe that where we are now, this could be a legacy. This is a legacy-driven decision. How we utilise the designs in terms of roads to shift behaviours, shift attitudes, and enhance education in and around safety on our roads. I believe this would be something better for the future, and so I'm supporting the overall korowai of the projects in a view that we are future-proofing and helping to advance aspirations of our kids here in Mokopuna. Kia ora.
Thank you.
I'll be supporting the projects with potentially a slight amendment to Brooklyn Road, which is coming. And firstly, I just want to say thank you to the staff who have been working so hard on this and doing engagement, but also then finding ways to respond to themes coming back through in community engagement. I think you've done an excellent job, so thank you. This is great to be able to give people more choices. We're slowly getting there. We're putting the network together. When I think a year ago, my husband said, I'm going to start biking to work. And I felt like a hypocrite, but I was like, no, don't do that. And I was so worried about him getting squashed on the way to work. And he goes, well, that's how I feel all the time when you bike. And so it dawned on me, yes, I made everyone else worry when I go out and bike. And I think it would be great if we didn't have to worry about family members and whether they're going to make it home or not. So I am excited by this suite of projects. And I'm going to leave it there. Yeah.
Thank you. So just a right of reply from myself, which will be extremely quick. I want to really thank the committee today. We've had some really good questions, really helpful questions, and you've all debated in a really collegial way, and I am super proud of you all, and thank you for that. Direct right of reply, just Councillor Naidu-Rolfe, I think that in any debate it's really important to have a variety of perspectives because that allows us to thoroughly delve into the issue from different angles, and we need to respect that. So I was just a little disappointed to hear that anyone with a different view that you may feel the need to call us out on that. I don't know what that means. But you said
it was
needed.
to the public. It wasn't the chamber. It was
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to clarify that because that didn't sound like didn't sound very nice. Okay, right. All right. Thanks for that. But look, and lastly, thanks to staff for your work on this. I know that they're breathing a sigh of relief that this is the last suite of surf projects, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Wilson in your debate, your acknowledgement about the opportunity for this 33 million as well. And very special thanks to Councillor Hutt because she has for months put up with some of us going to Access Hamilton and really getting into the kitchen. And again, it was an opportunity that for whatever reason some members didn't take up, but I appreciated it, and I know that I had former Councillor Dave McPherson on my shoulder many times whispering in my ear, ask about this, ask about that, challenge this, challenge that. So I appreciate that, thank you. All right, so let's pop this one to the vote. We'll pop it on the board and then we'll do a quick fire voting. So let's do the electronic as well, so it's easier for governance. And Councillor Huaki is online and she'll use her electronic hand. So this one we'll do the A and B and then C, and this is just the beta one at the moment. So let's cast our votes now.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Right, let's do, Amy's going to put up Project 2 Killarney Road. And this is the link to the Western Rail Trail, and that's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor. Is that the length of the road or This is the Kalani Road past the businesses. Yeah. Okay, so let's put that, use the board again.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes?
As you put the motion up,
Yeah.
you'll be calling for if there are any amendments. This is when they
Well,
would
I'm
put-
just assuming that there are none because I asked that early on and there weren't any. There's only the amendment to Brooklyn Road and a foreshadowed amendment because Councillor Hutt and myself are moving the staff rec. Did you have an amendment?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Okay.
I'm only interested in process.
Yeah, no, I
thought
dealt
some
with it
had.
early on and no one indicated
Yeah,
any
okay.
further. Yep. All right, so let's vote project 2 on the board. Thank you. If I'm moving too fast, I have no problem in just making sure that in your mind you're clear, but no more questions. There we go, thank you.
The motion is carried, 10 for, 5 against.
Thank you. We won't read all of the names because it's up on the board for us, and there's a few. We'll park Brooklyn Road to the side for one moment. Let's go to project 8. This is the Frank Denise Lake Domain to the Western Rail Trail. So this is the off-road, completely off-road one. And let's cast our votes now. Yeah, there's 2 there.
There's 2?
You smudge on your glasses.
The motion is carried for 14 for, 1 against.
Thank you. What's that? Did you press the wrong button? Do you want to do that again? Yes. Can we redo that again?
We'll
Thank
reset.
you. That's all right. Let's vote now. Right. Get my finger on the button here.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Project 17, Rifle Range Road. Okay, let's vote on that one now.
The motion is carried, 14 for, 1 against.
Thank you. Project 19, Riverlea Connections. Let's vote now.
The motion is carried, 12 for, 3 against.
Okay, nearly there. Project 20.
We're asking a lot of the poor machine
Yeah.
today.
Project 20, River Road Footpath Western Side. Let's vote on that now. This is Project 20, River Road Footpath Western Side.
The motion is carried, 10 for, 5 against.
Okay, now last one, we've got Project 5 Brooklyn Road, and Councillor Hutt and myself are moving and seconding, and so yes, and then we have an amendment by Councillor Thompson there, and then we also have a foreshadowed further amendment from Mayor Southgate, which we will. Have we got that typed up?
I'm just still typing it up.
Okay,
I'm trying
all right.
to catch up very
Do we have a
quickly.
seconder for Councillor Thompson's? Councillor
Do you want me
Thompson,
to
without
explain it?
debating,
Yeah.
can you explain?
Essentially, it just says, if we can we retain angled parking in front of the cafe, the 5 Coffee Culture, which would essentially mean only having a footpath and asking people to dismount or something. So it's, but if that doesn't pass a safety audit or it's not accepted by Waka Kotahi, then the backstop is to continue with the staff recommendation. So it's just asking that essentially, we try, but there's a backstop so we don't put the whole thing at risk.
Yeah, well, hang on. She's still typing.
That one.
And sorry, to be fair to Councillor Thompson, she mentioned this to me before I spoke to Councillor Hutt about, so are you happy for, or do you not mind whether yours is the motion or the amendment?
No, it's fine.
You're fine? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, hang on.
So
She's still.
Do you want to clarify if there's a seconder?
Liz one.
Yeah, is there a seconder for Councillor Thompson's amendment
I will second it.
to get it on the
Because I have
table?
a general policy,
Okay,
even when it's Councillor Thompson.
even when it's you, he was.
Yep.
All
That
right,
for
so-
democracy, I'm
Yep.
always happy for an item to be on the table.
Okay.
I won't support you, but I want to give you
Okay.
the right to have
Or,
the debate.
without,
Well, I had to say it.
without debating, Councillor Wilson. Okay, so Councillor Thompson has explained what she is seeking for this, and then we're now looking at Mayor Southgate's further amendment, which will be is foreshadowed at the moment because we have to deal with the amendment first. Mayor Southgate, would you like to just explain your intent of the amendment?
It's fairly straightforward, I
Yeah.
think. It's just to exclude that whole corner development in front of Coffee Culture
Okay.
until such time as the next phase of the project around the Eastern Pathway is seconded by Kesh, I believe.
Okay,
or-
all right.
Yeah.
So seconded by Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, all right.
I think just to add a little bit to that, I think the staff should be able to design back to a certain distance the project, and then after that people have to dismount. The only
Okay,
difference
so-
between Sarah and mine, the
Yeah.
only difference is that I'm not making it subject
To.
I'm expecting the staff to find a solution.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we can debate this. We'll debate them as all as one. Don't debate if you don't feel like you need to. But so we're doing we're going to do the amendment first. But I will go to who moved this, me or Councillor? Well, we debate it all as one, so if you want to speak about your favouritism for the further amendment, that's up to you in debate, but it may not, of course, get anywhere if the amendment or the...
Can I just ask a process question?
Yes?
Are we able to clarify with staff whether they can achieve Mayor Southgate's amendment?
With a very...
We cannot ask if they can actually do the amendment.
No, you can. No, you can. And
Or
we'll
can
get
I
a very
ask it
short
of the mover?
answer. Yeah. No, we're not. I haven't started debate yet. We're still working on that, but... Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Hang on a minute, we've always asked staff to step away from the table when we've started to put up motions and debate.
No.
Well, otherwise, can the mover answer whether or not staff can do it?
Okay, just hang on. We need to give governance a chance to actually answer.
Just open up some debate then.
It is
We're not in
possible
debate.
for us to go
Yeah.
back because we were going through moving and seconding
We're
and
not in
getting the
debate
correct wording. So this is absolutely fine
No.
to do that at the discretion of the chair.
So this is just a simple... It's a simple question on whether it could be done, and it's a simple answer, because otherwise it's very difficult for members to support if they don't understand it.
Question of staff, if that's okay. Thank you.
So yeah, we'll just give staff the opportunity to take a breath and collect their thoughts before they. So, Councillor Hutt, can you restate your question? Just so it's a matter of understanding the motion, the amendment.
I just want to know if it's possible to make the change noted in Mayor Southgate's amendment.
Can you put
Is it possible to do that and still retain funding?
Okay.
And is it still possible at this point when we need sign off by the 29th?
Clarity with the question, does that relate to Sarah's, which is similar, apart from the safety audit?
But Sarah's reverts back if it fails the safety audit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not
It goes
the
back to
question you're
status
asking.
quo. Yeah.
So without question, the further amendment can go through, we can adjust the project. The risk will be the decision-making risk if there's a safety audit issue and through the Waka Kotahi funding process. So if it fails that, then the project's, at that point, the whole project's completely gone. So the change to what the project looks like going forward, that's the easy bit. There's just a risk around what happens
So that's why Sarah's
after
got
that,
B.
if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Madam Chair, can I take your offer to be the motion?
I mean, again, I was just looking at when you sent an email. It was really early on, so I'm more comfortable with that. So we haven't started debate yet. So
Sent, because mine was
well, it was
also
a lot. Look, we're getting a bit niggly
no,
now,
because
but it
if there's
was
a-
before yours, and she indicated me at morning tea she would have a motion.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, no, I'm not talking about Sarah's, I'm talking about the motion, because I think mine was put before your motion. Just a process, I'm just thinking, asking.
Oh, I didn't have a second down.
Can't manipulate process.
Oh, can you go?
I'm not trying to be funny, I'm just trying to say which order did they come in, that's all.
What?
Which order did they, because I sent mine in the lunch hour before your motion was put, Madam Chair.
So I was really, well, I mean,
just
you can be the, it doesn't make any difference to, I'm sure, Councillor Hutt or myself. We will.
don't care.
We will, no, I don't either, quite frankly. But, so we'll go, Councillor Thompson can be the motion, yours can be the amendment, and ours can be the foreshadowed amendment. So the staff recommendation will be the foreshadowed amendment. Okay, all right. Right, there will be no more questions on any of this. We're going to start with the amendment, which, we'll start with the amendment. Paula, Mayor Southgate's amendment we start with. Yeah, what? What about it? Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying what we're about to start with. So could just put the amendment, which is the Mayor Southgate, Councillor Bidder's amendment, on the board. We're going to debate all of it together once. And we're back to 2 minutes.
I would like to move that a further consideration to debate. Look, honestly, this is such an issue of constraint.
All right, so you don't get to debate that. Is that a... All right, so we're going to put a procedural motion without debate, whether we want 3 minutes or 2 on this one item. So all of those, just use your hands, all of those for 3 minutes.
Going to be lost, but...
Yeah, and those against? Sorry. Democracy in action at its finest. Right.
I'm all about democracy.
Okay, so the... I'm going... Can you pop it up? So we're going to vote on the amendment first, but I'll go to the mover of the motion as the first speaker, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Essentially what this does is ask if we can retain the angled car parking. It's not ideal in terms of meaning that there's a section before the bike parking that you have a narrow footpath, and we're going to have to ask people to dismount, but it's only and then the path stops anyway. There's nowhere to go once you get to the end of Brooklyn Road and 5 Crossroads safely. And so I think it's a small compromise at this stage, because when we get to doing the whole roundabout, at that point, this is getting into so much detail, but we're able to then remove power lines and enable some more parking on the coffee culture side of the road, and so some of these issues will be resolved at that point, and we can have a safe shared path or cycleway go all the way through at that point. And I guess my concern was that in this particular case, I did have some concerns around the removal of 5 angled parks, and parallel parks are just not as easy for customers. And I think while if it was a whole cycle path that carried on through, I wouldn't want to impact on that, but because it already ends, it's only ending it a few metres earlier. I also, though, don't want to put this whole project at risk. And so that's why there's the backup to say, look, if we really can't do it because of safety issues, then keep going. Because I think the Brooklyn Road project is extremely valuable. It links into all of the work that we've already done with the intersection upgrades, Claudelands Road, and we're going to have, you know, an amazing connection for that community. It's so quick, it's 7 minutes to bike, because I used to live there, from that part of the city into town. So, I think it's a fantastic project. Thanks.
Thank you. And now I will go to the mover of the amendment, Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I agree with 85, maybe 87.5% of what Councillor Thompson has said. I heard from staff that they can in fact just projects. I have been extremely frustrated with this all or nothing approach. It forces me into either voting completely down a project, which I don't want to do because of all the good reasons that Sarah has articulately laid out before. It's a great project. I love the bit through the park. I love the other sides of the project. I do not think this is right. It seems to me like a Hayes Paddock disruption on a business all over again. This is a business that deserves to be treated better and involved in the co-design of the space around them. And that's what I want to achieve. Meanwhile, I think the majority of the project can go ahead, and if it's a really good, strong project, then it won't be rejected by the funders because of the considerable benefits that it brings, especially that in the park connection. So, you know, I'm kind of forced into being a bit contrary today by the way the process runs, and I don't want to be contrary because I like these projects in general, and I like most of this project. I'm not going with Sarah's amendment at this point in time, because it basically says, oh, well, we'll try a little bit, and if it doesn't work, we'll do what we were going to do anyway. And I don't really kind of like that aspect of it. I think staff are very clever and very experienced, and they will be able to design a solution to what I'm putting forward today.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you're the seconder of the motion. Did you want to? I don't want to encourage anybody that doesn't want to speak. All right, there looks like... Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I'd so love for this item to be over, so I'm going to be really fast. I just want to reiterate what our really great staff member Matt said when discussing this, which is not doing anything will not help this situation. So I just want to reiterate that there is already a problem with cyclists in front of that shop. Giving them a nice, beautiful 4 metre wide path is certainly an improvement, even if it's not as much as we would want to do, and even if it's not as much as I know Coffee Culture would like us to do in there. And I guess the opportunity for us really is in the LTP and making sure that those improvements and the investigations that we need to do to 5 Crossroads happen sooner rather than later. So I will just remind us all of that.
Okay. So, Councillor Thompson, right of reply? No? All right. Okay, so we are on the amendment, which is up there, not the foreshadowed, but the amendment. Let's go to the board. This is the Southgate bidder one, yes? Yep. Okay. Gosh, I've got lollies here that can become projectiles, so let's vote now, please. Thank you. Yeah.
The amendment is lost.
Thank you.
7 for, 8 against.
Yeah. Okay, so now we will move to the foreshadowed, yep, I can cheer, thank you everyone, foreshadowed amendment, and this is the staff recommendation. So this is on page 20. So let's vote on that now. That's myself as mover and Councillor Hutt as seconder. So this is now the amendment. Come on.
The foreshadowed amendment is carried, 10 for, 5 against.
Now that becomes the motion, so we vote on it again.
One more.
One more. We are so close.
So the foreshadowed amendment has become the motion now?
Yep.
Out of the
So
game.
yeah. All right. Shh. Here we go.
That's it, right? Can we restart, please? Sorry, we just need one more time because the fourth time's lucky.
Okay. So we're still on the motion.
We're still on the motion. This one is the motion now.
Yeah.
Sorry, we
It's
didn't
just the
catch
machine.
it.
It's just the machine.
We got to do one more time. That would be a fifth time as lucky. I really wish I was. One more time because
right.
it hasn't got Councillor Pike. One more time.
Yeah.
Because we had to. Yeah, but then I have to.
It's easier for the team.
It is. It is.
Yeah,
One
just
more
vote
time.
now. No.
It is.
All right.
Now. Sorry, this is really, really delayed.
There we go. We're high tech here.
There we go. 10-4, 5 against. The motion is carried.
Great. Well done. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Right, now we are moving on to item 8. This is the State Highway 26 Morrinsville Road Revocation Update and Fit for Purpose Funding Agreement Proposal on page 129 of Diligent. And we have Robin Denton in the hot seat. And this has come to us a couple of times, I think. Yeah.
Good afternoon, committee. As Deputy Mayor has mentioned, this is a follow-up from 2 previous presentations that we've given you, reports. Follows on from the completion of the Waikato Expressway and the section of State Highway 26 between Ruakura Road and the Burger King roundabout being revoked. Waka Kotahi worked through a business case for what they'd deem title Fit for Purpose and the works that need to be completed to move the state highway back into a format suitable for being a local road. And I will take the report as being read from there.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Mayor Southgate. So it's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? No, fairly straightforward. All right, there are no there are no questions.
No.
No. All right, so no debate? No? Okay. Mayor Southgate? No? All right. Okay, so look, there's no debate. That was a straightforward one. Can we do this one on the hands, I think? Show of hands, all those in favour? That's great. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. All right. Next one's another standard process decision in terms of our water supply bylaw. This is determination and a statement of proposal, standard BAU. But I will hand over to staff if you want to speak to anything.
Tēnā koutou, ko Ray Simpson, toka wangua. I'll just take the report as read.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seconded, Councillor Casey Cox. I think we're all pretty familiar with these kinds of processes now. Yeah, okay. It'll go out for consultation and come back to Councillor Donovan's committee. All right. Okay, so let's vote. Just show of hands then. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Right, and again, last of the a whole lot of steps of a process. This is item 10, the speed management plan. This is the final deliberations and adoptions. Robin, over to you.
Thank you. I'm happy to take the report as read.
Thank you. Are there any questions? It's been a bit of a long process, but I'm happy to move. Councillor Thompson has seconded. Councillor Taylor.
Madam Chair, I've just got an amendment
Yes.
to this, and that is that the council approves option 2 in the staff report rather than option 1.
Option 2, do not refresh the plan, keep current version.
That's right.
Okay, yep, that's pretty clear. Everybody understand that? Is there a seconder for Councillor Taylor's? Councillor Bidder has seconded. I feel like I'm in an auction house today. Except I've got nothing to give away. Yeah. All right, is everyone, I'll just give Amy a moment. She's a fast typist, but give her a moment.
Robin, will we still need to do C or D? My reading is no,
No,
but I just want to make sure.
it would just be A and B, wouldn't it? Recommends the council, yep, yes, yep, she says yes.
Wonderful.
Okay, so we've got a motion, which is a staff report, and then we have Councillor Taylor's amendment, which is option 2, which is to not make any changes to the current plan. So let's, am I the mover of the motion? I am, aren't I? No.
No.
Yes, I am. Who is?
Oh, you were, sorry.
Yes, I
didn't
was.
see that one.
Look, I have nothing to debate on this one. I think this has been a bit of a process that we've gone through. So, Councillor Taylor is the mover of the amendment. Would you like to?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, I don't support this speed management plan, and I'm speaking generally today because this is a general policy that will enable various measures to slow speeds throughout the city, and I already think that...
No, you're in debate. Yeah, sorry, Jeff.
That's all right. And I already think that we're going a little bit over the top. There's a very strong national philosophical push through the Road to Zero program, ostensibly for safety to slow speeds. And as I referred to earlier in the last debate, there's a variety of mechanisms. Waka Kotahi programs, the low-cost, low-risk spending, the SURF program that we've just discussed, as well as speed management plans. And I think we are seeing a gradual strangulation of our roading network, in my view. And you just have to look at the number of raised platforms, signalised stops recommended in today's SURF projects. There were some projects that had 3 of them in there, and I think it's becoming farcical. 2 on River Road to accompany a footpath, for goodness sake, in the SURF thing. So I think we've reached a stage where residents are fatigued. They're tired of the countless traffic interventions on our streets. We're already pushing the tolerance levels. And for me, the safety message is actually worn a bit thin. To the stage where I don't know if I actually believe it anymore. I see it almost as an attempt to frustrate people out of cars into cycles or buses rather than a safety thing. And so well, I won't go into that, but it's compliance, 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 less on productivity, more on compliance. We are the compliance capital of the world here in New Zealand now. So much effort goes into that. And I think people are worn out with it, nationally in this city as well. Labour's polling at historically low levels might well be an indicator of how people are feeling nationally, and I think they feel the same way in the city. I'm not going to support a policy that will enable this council to continue this sort of crusade. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Jumping out of an airplane without a parachute is perfectly safe, not dangerous at all. It doesn't kill you. It's the sudden stop at the end that gets you. The speed isn't actually the problem. It is other aspects of bad driving or bad actions by cyclists and pedestrians. And sometimes you actually need to educate your kids not to run out onto the road, or teach them to cycle safely, as I learned to do. So targeting the average Hamiltonian who's driving along at 50 kilometres per hour and getting them to slow down when, like me, we've never actually run over anyone yet. I don't think we're going to run over anyone, and we're missing the wrong people. This is the wrong tool for the job.
Councillor Hutt?
Thank you. I just have a few notes on this, really, just to highlight that it's best practice to update to the latest legislation, and that's a lot of what this comes down to. I would also remind my colleagues of some of the comments from submitters when we heard them at the hearing. Phil Evans spoke about the times he's been hit and he survived because they were at lower speeds. And I found that really poignant. Liam Carter pointed out that changing the speed limit is a very affordable measure to implement. Bill McMasters from the AA, which represented 70,000 members, was in support of the speed management plan. And Melissa Smith made a comment that there's no priority in Access Hamilton that people should be able to drive as fast as they want. But reflecting on those comments, you know, I once worked for Fonterra doing shift work. And what I was often told was, when I worked there was that extra few minutes you might gain if you were speeding to work was not worth the potential risk of your life. They were far more happy to be forgiving of a couple of minutes lateness than they were for you to be speeding to work. And those are just the reflections that I have and that I remember from our hearing. So I'll be supporting the updating the speed management plan.
Thank you. All right, that's all the speakers. Right of reply? Oh, it would be a me.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Sorry, Jeff. Councillor Taylor. No, I don't have a right of reply. All right, let's, can you put that up on the board? Thank you. Right, we're going to the amendments. This is Councillor Taylor, Councillor Bidder, and this is option 2, so that we do not refresh the speed management, the current speed, and we stick. Yes, is there?
I just draw people's attention, if I may.
Sorry, I voted the wrong way.
Oh, we'll cancel that. We're not. Sorry.
I just, if people can just read paragraph 75 on page 220 in diligence, so they're aware of the implications. Page 220, paragraph 75. It's not just about speed. It's.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
So.
I'm green.
No. Yeah, no, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't. You've done it, but you can't. No, that's okay.
Please accept my apologies, Councillor Taylor.
No. We're all good. All right, so let's go to the amendment then. Let's vote on the board. This is the Councillor Taylor, Councillor Bidder amendment to not refresh the plan and keep with the current speed management plan.
The amendment is lost. 4-4, 10 against.
Thank you. And that disposes of the amendment, so we go to the motion. This is the staff recommendation in the report that we recommend that Council approves option 1, which is adopting the new 2024 Hamilton Speed Management Plan as is attached. Let's vote on that now. Stevie has cast her vote.
The motion is carried. 11-4, 3 against.
Great, thank you. All right, infrastructure and, how's our time? Infrastructure and Transport Activity Report 259, page 259. Can we please do this by exception that most of this is for updates, but on page, you will see on page 259 that there are a few approvals required from the committee. So if we can touch on those ones, I think our members will be interested in D, which is the reallocation of 400,000. So for the Collingwood Tristram Street, from the Collingwood Tristram Street intersection to an opportunity at Anzac Parade. Chris, would you please just speak to this for us?
Yep, sure. So the recommendation that I'd like to change is recommendation E on page 259, where currently it says approves the reallocation of 400,000. I'd like to change that reallocation of up to $550,000. And the background to that is when we put the report, we had an estimate from the developer for the cost of the retaining wall. We asked him to do some more detailed costings, which he did and arrived a few days ago. To put the wall that you see there, he's come back with a cost of $675,000. We know in discussions with him that we can value engineer that down to $550,000, but we would lose the front retaining, the front wall that you see on the diagram there. So we would just have a bare wall, but the cultural narrative would be changed to extend down to the footpath level. My rationale is if you give me the delegation up to $550,000, the minimum you will get is the wall without the nib wall, but I think there's still some negotiation to be able to get the full outcome for the $550,000. And the final thing, we've just the Tristram Collingwood intersection. So the saving in that project is $1.3 million. So there's funding that has been saved within the various work programs to cover the cost of this. Happy to take any questions.
And committee members, you'll see the design, the before and after being proposed on page 266. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, my question is actually on C, the VKT program, and the implications of that. And I'm just wondering if someone can just respond to that. Is this something that's going to commit us to a SURF-like program in the coming future? A program where there's a whole lot of projects put our way? It appears so from what I'm reading.
I will pass that to Robin Denton to answer.
So my apologies. I'm not closely involved with this, but my understanding of this work is that it's all thinking work, and the work is being managed through the Future Proof group, and so it's not physical works, it's the ability to do some investigations, and there was a long list.
So do we know that for sure?
Yes, that's all that. They were very clear about the funding for this particular round, that it was only for thinking, investigation type work. There's no physical works associated with it.
It's just what they're thinking that worries me.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor, I can confirm that as well.
Yeah,
that
I think
it's not actual projects on the ground. It's for scoping and feasibilities and things like that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Through
it may
Future
lead
Proof.
to something else. I mean, if you're doing a scoping,
that those projects.
Yeah,
So, sorry, clause 18 has the list of the projects that are going to be funded through this piece of work. If there are recommendations from these studies, they will all still have to go through separate processes for funding, and this council would have to sign off any that were going to commit us to any funding.
so that's
in
the
the same way as
1.6?
1.56, yeah. Yeah, so this is not committing you to any physical works.
Right.
If the thinking proposes physical works, they will all have to go through a separate process and be subject to potentially SURF funding and council's funding. That would have to go through a separate process.
Thank you. Are we obligated to participate in this in any way as a council?
No,
Right.
but there are, I guess, you know, as per all of these sorts of things, there's advantages for some funding to do some of those thinking. It supports a metrospatial plan and some of that future-proof thinking that's been locked in, and that's why it was put up by the future-proof group.
Okay. Madam Chair, is it possible that in the recommendations that C can be taken separately? Would that be all right? Because otherwise I'll have to vote against the whole lot. We've got
Yes, I can do that.
A to E.
Because that's just, that's on the speed management plan, isn't it? So, yeah, I'm happy to do that.
That's on a variety of things, including what Chris was talking about.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong thing.
The ANZAC.
Yes, happy to do that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, any other questions on the activity report? Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe.
Just want to clarify the erosion works, the cost to fix that, it's come from existing budgets?
Yes, it has.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Councillor Hutt.
Just on D, the 400,000 unspent from Collingwood Tristram local share funding, if that wasn't put towards this, where does it go? What bucket does it get put back into?
It's savings.
Okay.
And just on that, it was, Chris, you said it was the savings from the Collingwood was 1.3 million. So this, is that right? Yeah. So this up to 500 that you're requesting, there's still the remaining up to 1.3 that will go back as savings.
Yeah, correct. So there's been savings on Collingwoods.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of funding required just to finish it off in the low tens of thousands.
Yeah.
So there'd still be a surplus that would be, either as Andrew said, could be surplus.
Yeah.
But typically this council has looked to reallocate its program within fundings to do work. But that would be a choice that this committee would make as you progress through the year.
Okay, great, thank you. Mayor Southgate?
Sorry, just in terms of the erosion, I was trying to look for the right word. The erosion works. What confidence do you have that once this is done, that will be as stable as it possibly can? Because we've done previous work to stabilise it, haven't we? We've done previous work to stabilise the.
Through the chair, yes, we have done previous works in an adjacent area of that riverbank back in 2020, and that is when we identified that there was some instability in the area, in the nearby area, and that's why the funding for this work now has been provided for. It's just unfortunately the erosion occurred far faster than we could actually get the design and proper tender process and procurement process in place.
So, Mairi, will we be expecting any further areas of erosion, or is there an opportunity to do something once and get the whole lot done, do it well?
So at this
resilience, do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, definitely understand, and it's a good point. No, at this stage we believe that the work that's been undertaken at the moment will stabilise that area of the riverbank, and we're not expecting any further erosion to occur. However, erosion is obviously something that naturally occurs, and we can't say 100% that it won't continue to occur at different areas in the vicinity.
I guess I'm just asking about the confidence and the resilience of the infrastructure now. Once this work is completed, you'll get a high level of confidence in that?
Yes, the infrastructure will be protected. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks. Madam Chair, look, page 259, just back under C, and the reference to the SURF funding. Which SURF funding are we? Are we talking about the current SURF funding where all the timelines till the end of this month?
There were two tranches. So the first amount, if I may, the first amount of SURF funding was for projects, which we've now disposed of. The second amount of SURF funding was tranche 2, so it was a completely separate application, and that's all focused on vehicle kilometre, what is it? Travel.
Travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the
Thinking
time frame?
money.
Is it the same as the first tranche? Or?
No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I'm not sure, but well, Robin, do you know what the time frame is? But no, I know it's not the same because it's all wound up in Glenn Bunting. Glenn will know. It's all wound up with future proof and metro spatial planning, etc.
Middle of next year. Yeah. And just for clarity, this thinking process or analysis could lead, just to remove any ambiguity, to 1.5 or 1.56 in terms of expenditure.
No.
Okay, so
This is the funding that we're getting. It's not going to cost council.
No,
this is no cost to council. This is
no, I'm sorry. That funding request that that up to 1.56 of funding would be lodged under this program.
It's been approved already. It's free to us.
so. It's an application was put to
quite a while back.
Waka Kotahi by Regional Council on behalf of the Tier 1, which is the future-proof area, to undertake various activities under what they called this one as the SURF VKT reduction program.
Yeah.
And they are the projects, and that would be the funding that comes through from the SURF budget to do that work.
Okay, that's much clearer. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to the recommendations. Now, I will remove C from the recommendation. We'll do that separately as requested. So on page 259, we're doing A, B, D will become C and E. And with the change of the reallocation of money for the opportunity at Anzac Memorial being up to, as requested by the General Manager, 550,000. Thank you. Yes, I'll move that. Seconded by Mayor Southgate. Thank you. All right. Look, super quick actually. I want to thank the General Manager for bringing. Chris, are you still a General Manager? You're Executive Director, aren't you? Do you know? Thanks, Chris Allen, for bringing this as an opportunity. It's a very, very well walked and scooted and biked area, and it's pretty nasty on that side. And I see that the commercial development going up looks pretty spectacular. I don't know much about it. I'm sure Councillor Wilson, as Chair of Economic Development, may get a tour or a heads up before the rest of us. But it looks pretty neat. So hopefully, Chris will get a really great outcome. And I note that there are still some savings that will go into the bucket unless, of course, something else comes up that elected members decide to support. So really like this. It will open up that area and make it feel a lot safer. It's very dark, and I walk past here around this area every Saturday, and I feel like, I don't know, a giant rat's going to jump on me or something will come out of those dark, yucky bushes. So thank you. Mayor Southgate.
I'd pay to see that, I think.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. Seriously. I actually agree with all the comments that you made around that corner. It's even when you're just crossing from the bridge to that corner, it's a bit congested. So opening that up and making it the sightlines better is absolutely the right thing to do. And these things come up, and sometimes we've got to respond. In terms of the erosion, I'm pleased to hear the work's going to occur. I guess the lesson for us in all kinds of delays around getting work commissioned in infrastructure is that every week, every month that we wait to do something, so the costs go up, and I just don't see an end to that. So we need to be particularly expedient about agreeing to projects, Andrew, and then cracking on and doing them at the lowest cost possible. And just, you know, I know that's not always easy, but that's what we need to do if we're to save some money. I have to say it's really important. This is fundamentally important. This is one of our bulk water mains, so you don't get much more fundamental infrastructure than that. So we've got to protect it. My comments refer to future-proofing resilience of all our core infrastructure like this. Let's be real. We have to have safe water infrastructure all around the place. And we had an interesting conversation at the joint Waikato Regional Council and Hamilton City Council meeting yesterday around erosion on the riverbank, and they're going to bring an update to you, councillors, around erosion, what it means for some of our core infrastructure, which includes some of the transport footings on bridges and things like that, so that you can understand what we're facing going forward, because as Mairi says, this is a highly erodable environment. At the end of the day, our riverbank is quite fragile and soft. So we need to think about those things some more, but good report, thank you.
Thank you. Mia. Oh, Norm, from Mangai to Mia in just one meeting.
Jeff will be right.
Mangai Hill.
Yep. Mayor Hill, that sounds pretty good.
It's got a ring.
Can I acknowledge the Indigenous placemaking and the cultural attributes that have been afforded to this particular area, noting that Putikitiki Street is literally next door. There's a saying, he piko he tani whau Waikato tani whurau, at every bend of the river there's a guardian, there's a chief, and acknowledging the special attributes of Ngāti Warere and the mana whenua in that war is beautiful to see. So I just want to acknowledge the culture design imprint and footprint that's been reaffirmed for that particular area. I'm literally going to travel past this site on my scooter in hopefully 10 minutes. So I look forward to in some time in the future whereby one can, you know, with loving acknowledgement, recognise the contribution of all at this particular site. So looking forward to our contribution to the erosion works, and having understood of flood modelling, we know that we need to future-proof our river by way of erosion, and hopefully many of us can get in our boats and help clean up the river with regards to rubbish as well. So well done, and thank you very much. Kia ora.
So let's pop that to the vote. You want that on the board? No, we can do it by hands. Let's do that one by the show of hands. All those in favour? Mia Hill, are you going to put your hand up?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Yeah, this is not the one. Yep. Thank you. All right, so and then we've got a motion which was C, delegates authority to the Executive Director. That's you, Chris, to authorise associated agreement for etc. etc. This is the vehicle kilometres travelled program to be funded. So I'm happy to move that, seconded by Councillor Hutt. Councillor Taylor, you didn't have an amendment, did you? No. No. Okay. Yep. Debate. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No.
Thank you for indulging me, Chair. Vehicle kilometres travelled. I'm reluctant to see our council involved in this. I feel if we've got a whole lot of boffins thinking about something that aims to achieve less vehicle kilometres travelled, then it's going to end up in a place where that won't be of much interest to me. It's a personal philosophical view, and I'm just not supportive of. I don't want to be party to us signing up for this. Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Hutt?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm not saying this just because Jeff debated, but just from my observations of our work in this space and other people's work in the, like other councils' work in this space as well, I'm just quite excited about the communications and engagement aspect of this work, because I think it's really important that we bring people along on the journey, and quite often, you know, sometimes people don't always get it, and that's fine. Maybe they won't ever get it and it's not for them, and that's totally okay. But when we know that there are a lot of people who want to want to have different options, or at least to explore them in terms of their transport choices. I think for us and other councils near us to have good comms is so critical. And also just to acknowledge the iwi-led Rural Access Program. I know that it's not necessarily our work, but just excited to be a part of it. And, you know, it's all about collaboration, and I think just there's lots of things in here that I'm kind of like, oh, yes. Like, I'm glad this work's going ahead. I'm glad this work is getting done. So.
Look, I think I didn't use it to motion, but I'll do it for a right of reply just quickly in terms of this is a much wider, we need a much wider piece of work that will support New Zealand's transition to a low emission transport network. So it's a huge program and a lot of work to be done, and I think we'll be quite surprised when the information and stuff comes back, and it's going to be a wee while just on with the focus areas that this will be, which will be around, we'll get some hard data on cycling, on PT, on heavy transport, on freight, how we will adapt and change to low emission vehicles, and all of that as a country. This is our small part in a real New Zealand Inc. Future of a low emissions network. So it's really quite critical work. I know it sounds like thinking money, sounds perhaps something that I think it just really undersells what this piece of the puzzle will be for us in the future. So thank you. All right, so let's do that one on the board. Is the board working? We're going to have an afternoon tea and stretch our legs after this one once we've gone to PX. So let's vote now. Oh no. You're right.
We'll restart. We'll just do a restart just so that we're more comfortable and but certain.
So no, Jeff didn't put up something. You either vote in support of the VKT program or not. Yeah. So just ignore that leading comment from your colleague next door. No, the other next door. Are you voting, Councillor Wilson? You're just messing around.
Can we have Councillor Sarah, Councillor Wes, Mayor Paula? We did a reset.
Can we please vote?
We did a reset, and then we were sore, and now we're back to it again.
I think we should just go back to some pedals or something. There we go. Yeah.
The motion is carried. 10-4, 3 against.
Okay, I see some people that have just walked in the room, but tough luck. We're going to have a 15-minute afternoon tea break because we've been sitting for a long time. 15. Oh, I'll move that we go into. Councillor Wilson will move that we go into PX, and Deputy Mayor O'Leary will second. All those in favour? There are none opposed. That's carried. The ayes have it. 3:15. Thank you.